Hoot hoot hoot! Welcome back, all y'all. Are you guys ready for some studying tonight? How are you guys doing? I'm so sorry I started late again. I had some things. I actually just came back. I just got home from the gym and running errands as well. So I had a lot of things I had to kind of wrap up. So I got home pretty late because I was buying ingredients for my strawberry milkshake. And then I was setting up and I had to shower and stuff. So I just got out of the shower, like quick showered, and then I ran right out of there to come here and set up and get ready for our little milkshake making stream today. How are you guys feeling? Did I say milkshake? Heck yeah, I said milkshake. Give me 1 second. I have to change this back to wait a minute. This is not connected to USB. There we go. Is it on? Hello? Why is my keyboard not turning on? Go on. Go on, keyboard. Work. Perfect. But yeah, so today we're gonna be making a strawberry milkshake as my reward for studying really diligently these past few weeks, studying the art of the milkshake today. Exactly. And I was researching around for some good recipes that would closely mimic the McDonald's milkshake. And I found a couple. I actually have to find it again. McDonald's strawberry milkshake recipe. There we go. And are you guys ready to study as well? Are you guys excited for this chill study session? I have a lot of fun things I want to talk about today. Hopefully we don't get too distracted. I do need to lock on for real because my exam is on Monday and I don't know. I'm feeling kind of half confident, not super confident about it. But I have been watching a lot of TV shows in the past few days during my days off. I binge watched, what did I binge? I binge watched the Fallout TV series that's on Prime. It was so good and it really made me want to play the games. I've seen only clips of the game and maybe just like TikTok videos of people really enthusiastic about Fallout and stuff. And I played the mobile game for a while too, but I never actually got into the proper gameplay of it. I never purchased the game. But watching the TV show itself was really fun and really cool. It's like one of my favorite type of genres, the post-apocalyptic vibe. And also because it reminded me so much of BioShock. It reminded me of like that old, like 1920s to 1940s vibe. Yeah. Well, my hands are really gross. That's why I'm wearing a cardigan today. Also, it's kind of chilly, so I'm wearing one of my favorite sweaters today. Oh my gosh, I actually have to show you guys. I got this at Hot Topic because I'm like a Hot Topic girly, but this is my cardigan. It has no face and a couple of Spirited Away things on there. The same thing on the other side. It's like matching on both sides and the buttons are all big and colorful. Yeah, it's so cute, isn't it? I have like all these different colored buttons. I know, I got it at Hot Topic. I can't help but want to buy the entire store. I have like too many things at Hot Topic that I have that I don't ever use. It just ends up becoming display pieces for me. But my sister and I absolutely love Hot Topic. We're always in there all the time trying to see what we can find, what hidden treasures they have there. Do you guys ever go? Have you guys ever been to Hot Topic? Have you ever purchased something from Hot Topic? I know they're slowly like dying, slowly phasing out, kind of like GameStops. But whenever I go to a mall and I see a Hot Topic, I'm like, I have to go. I can't not go to a Hot Topic, right? It's just so fun. It's so fun. But yeah, I want to like chat about Fallout a little bit. And because I binged Fallout and I absolutely loved it, I needed something to follow up really, really badly. So I Googled, like, what TV show should I watch after Fallout that's really similar to Fallout? And a bunch of people on Reddit were like, you should watch this show on Apple TV called The Silo. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that TV show before, but it is really, really good. And it has that similar vibe to Fallout, except they don't really go out of the silo. It's mostly about what's going on inside the silo. But it has that like post-apocalyptic, the outside is like dangerously dangerous. No one can go out there or else you'll die. But then there's like hidden secrets within like the government. And yeah, and then you find out the truth behind everything at the very end of the show. And there's a little bit of a cliffhanger at the end of the first season because only one season is out. But essentially, I don't want to spoil, but there is definitely going to be an amazing part of it's going to be amazing in season 2 because we're going to finally figure out what the heck is going on outside the silo, because the first season is all about like what's going on inside the silo. And I think the second season is going to be what's going on outside the silo. Yes, so if you guys have Apple TV, go check out The Silo. If you really like the Fallout series, I guarantee you will really like The Silo. Goldfire's like, it's like one of the 4 stars left in our mall. I know, right? It's always like a Hot Topic, and then they always have, well, sometimes a GameStop. They also would probably have like a Bath and Body Works at your mall, and pretty a Victoria's Secrets, and that's pretty much it. Right? In your mall, that's pretty much, those are the pretty much, and maybe just like the basic retailers like an American Eagle Outfitters or like a J. Crew or Madewell. That's pretty much it. Well, not even a Madewell. Madewell is a little bougie, but I'm trying to think of like stores that are slowly closing down. Like Gap. Gap doesn't really exist anymore. Old Navy. Oh my God. No more Old Navy stores. I remember Mama Athy used to shop all my baby clothes at Old Navy. But oh, poor shopping malls. Those are like the only 4 stores left. A Bath and Body Works, a Victoria's Secrets, a Hot Topic, and then I don't know what the last store would be, like I don't know. I was going to be like a T-Mobile store or something. Did I get that right? But speaking of like shopping malls, I'm planning to go to a round 1 soon, just because the Hololive collab is out, I think, starting today. So my little sister and I are planning to go visit one of the round 1s that are near us. Actually, we don't live near any round 1s, so we're gonna have to drive to one. But I asked my little sister to go to one like a few days ago, but they hadn't started the Hololive collab yet. So I'm hoping that the round 1 that we usually go to will have it. Yeah. Don't forget Build-A-Bear. Oh yeah, Build-A-Bear. That's right. Oh my God. It's like some random chocolate store or some cookie store or some generic sushi store or something like that. Anywho, I do not want to delay this milkshake any further. I have my blender thing, and then I pulled up a recipe on Google about this McDonald's strawberry shake. It says top secret recipe version. And I think that the secret for McDonald's milkshake is this. This is the secret to a really good tasting McDonald's strawberry milkshake. You need to have the strawberry Nesquik. All right, this is what adds the extra sugar and the extra flavor. This is the secret, yeah? The strawberry Nesquik. I'm also gonna be healthy just because I did just come back from the gym, but I didn't actually eat or drink anything afterwards. So I'm gonna add a little bit of protein powder to my milkshake. This doesn't really have a taste to it, so it really is just to add more protein. This says 20 grams in 1 serving. We got this at Costco. It's one of my favorite brands, the Orgain Collagen Superfoods. It's supposed to help with like your hair and your nails and your skin and stuff like that. There's not much left in here, so probably gonna do like 1 scoop and add it into the smoothie. Hopefully it doesn't alter the taste of it too much. You haven't had Nesquik in years? Can I be quite honest with you? I don't think I've ever had Nesquik. Maybe I've had it like once in my life, like a little taste of the strawberry Nesquik, but I don't remember when, and I think that was when I was a kid. But as an adult, I have never drunk. I have never drank strawberry Nesquik. I was like, what is the grammar there? I have never drank, right? It's not drunk. I have drank. Drunken? Wah! Maybe you had it a lot with the McDonald's milkshake. Wait, didn't they? Yeah, maybe they did, because they did serve like Nesquik in McDonald's, right? They used to serve like strawberry milk in McDonald's and stuff like that, right? America's #1 strawberry milk powder. Anyways, I'm excited to have this in stock anyway, just because I am a big fan of strawberry milk. So I feel like I want to make strawberry Nesquik as my dessert like every night. Why am I being sued? I'm not getting sued. Okay, but I will tell you the top secret recipe. This is online. It's not my recipe. It's somebody else's. McDonald's should sue them, not me, okay? It's not my fault. Okay, let's see what the recipe calls for. It says 1 1/4 cup of low-fat milk, 2 cups of vanilla ice cream, 3 tablespoons of this. It says, and then 3 tablespoons. I'm not gonna add extra sugar because this is like the sugar already in it. All right, who here has actually tried Nesquik before, and do you like it? My question is, what does it taste like to you? Is it too sweet? Like, does it actually taste like milk? Like, what are the ingredients in this? Ingredients: sugar, beet juice concentrate. That's it. Oh, this really does not have milk in it. This is just the flavoring. It literally is just sugar and the beet juice concentrate and then the flavor. Oh, I've seen the Yoo-Hoos in the store, but I've never had a Yoo-Hoo. Oh, I haven't tried a lot of those chocolate milk drinks. I've only had like Milo. Freaking love Milo. Milo's the best. Honestly, if I was a chocolate shake girly, I would be making it all with Milo at the moment. Milo was my chocolate drink when I was a kid. Milo, Ovaltine, Horlicks. Those were the little drinks that we had as kids. I know, I'm like old granny old. But do you guys remember like the tablets, the Ovaltine and the Horlicks tablets? It's like a very much British thing. But when I was a kid, you're actually supposed to like dissolve the tablets in like milk or water. But when I was a kid, I used to just eat them. Like straight up just eat the Ovaltine tablets because they were sweet and they were yummy. And as a snack, I would just chew on the Ovaltine tablets. You remember that? Maki knows my little Ovaltine too. Oh my god! See, we all experienced the Ovaltine times. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness. Well, you said it tastes like Yoo-Hoo. It tastes vaguely like milk, but isn't really milk and is just super sweet, right? This has no milk in it. I'm surprised. So you're supposed to add milk to this. This doesn't already have milk in it. I was lied to. I just bought some really expensive sugar, flavored sugar. That's all I just did. I just bought some flavored sugar, damn it. Oh. Wait, what? I thought those Ovaltine tablets were candies? I thought they were. You're supposed to put them in your milk. That's why they're in tablet forms. I just learned that when I was a lot older. I realized that Ovaltine tablets were supposed to be, you're supposed to put them in like a drink. Yeah. Wait, you used to eat them? Yeah, wait. Ovaltine tablets. Oh, it is. Wait, it's a candy? No, wait, that's different. I'm looking at something different. Oh no, they're snacks? They're called Ovaltinis? Is that what they're called? Ovaltinis? Okay, I thought you were supposed to add them into the drink, but the new Ovaltine thing looks really weird. The packaging. They rebranded the Ovaltine guy, and now he has a baseball cap and is riding a skateboard. Okay, I thought that they were actually supposed to be drink tablets, but I guess they were actual candies. Candy snacks too? Okay, that makes sense. But I don't remember them looking like that. I don't remember them looking so small. I literally remember them being like giant tablets. Okay, I guess I was wrong. I guess they are actually candies. Interesting. But we also had the powder too. We had the powder at home. Wait, you just ate them? You have them? At home? Do they even sell them in the United States? I don't think so. I don't think they sell them here. I've never seen them in the stores ever. Yeah. Okay, so Ovaltine tablets are actually candies. I learned that today. I thought as a kid that you were supposed to dissolve them in milk and they made a drink. Yeah. I love Theodore. I'm not an old lady. Get out of here. I'm not an old lady. No. Where do you guys get these? Can you send me a supply of Ovaltine tablets? I love them, but I can't find them. Damn it. Maybe you're supposed to eat them like a cookie so you dip? But how big are they? Oh, guys, I have not had these Ovaltine tablets since I was literally in grade school. So I'm gonna have to remind myself, I'm gonna have to buy them. Apparently you can buy them on Amazon, but they are freaking mad expensive. Oh wait, 24 packs for $15? Heck nah. For $15 for 24 tiny packs? I guess that's like 50, not really 50 cents. It's like kind of like 80 cents per pack or 75 cents per pack. But if you're a kid, they're decent size. True, and they did contain a significant amount of calcium, so yeah. Ovaltine, the mug is round, the jar is round. Oh, they called it Roundtine. The only thing I know of Ovaltine is from Seinfeld. No, they actually are shaped like ovals, I think. I think they're actually shaped like ovals. And I found something really cool. There's like a vintage 1960s Ovaltine tablet container. You can find these like vintage Ovaltine containers because Ovaltine was like something that was created a really, really, really long time ago in like the UK. It was what people used in like their households in like the 1940s or 50s or something like that. And whenever I watch old-timey shows, they always have like the Ovaltine tablets in the shows because it's like historically very accurate that people in their households would be, you know, making some malt tea or malt milk with Ovaltine, and they would give those kids that as like a supplement. So yeah, I don't know, there's just something really nostalgic about the taste of it. Now I really want to make Ovaltine. I need to go purchase the powder now. Anyways, we got into that topic because we were talking about Nesquik. Let's get to this before my ice cream freaking melts. Oh crap, I think it's already melted. Next month is Ovaltine Milkshake reward. Yeah. Had Milo? Heck yeah. I had Milo like every day as a child. Powdered version, cartoned version. Milo was amazing. Okay, so let's get to this. Two scoops of vanilla ice cream, but let me open my vanilla ice cream right now. I'm being a healthy girl. Okay, I got myself a Halo Top. Just because I'm trying to reduce the number of calories that are in this milkshake. But yes, I did get a Halo Top vanilla bean ice cream. It's my go-to brand. It's very melted right now. Crap. Should have 2 cups of vanilla ice cream. That's a lot of cups. This is 1 cup. I think... Yo, 1 cup? 2 cups of vanilla ice cream is basically this whole freaking pint. Are we eating this whole... Well, it's only 290 calories per pint, right? I guess we're gonna put the whole pint in here. All right, dumping the whole pint. There we go. Wow. Okay, that slid out really easily because it's like half melted. Okay. Next up we have, it says 1 1/4 cups of low-fat milk. I only have, literally only have almond milk, so I'm gonna do that. 1/4 cup, where's my 1/4 cup? Here we go, 1/4 cup. I'm also using this organic almond milk with protein. Lots of protein today. We are adding all the protein. 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 All right, then that's that. Or you're gonna make it blue with the leftover blue from the curry. Stop it! It's gonna make me so freaking gassy. Ah! Never again. Never, ever, ever again. All right. Ooh, oh God, this is gonna be a really big milkshake. This is gonna be a massive milkshake. Oh crap. All right. Then we have my tablespoons. Hold up a second here. Use my tablespoon. And then it says 3 tablespoons of strawberry flavored Nesquik. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna add 1 tablespoon of my protein powder. And then one scoop is 21 grams. And then we're gonna add the Nesquik. Whoa! Let me smell this. Very like chunky. It's not as fine as I thought. Ooh, that smells good. I'm gonna do 2 scoops of this. And then I have some frozen strawberries that I'm gonna add to the mix as well. I don't know how many strawberries I would need, but let's just say like a cup. Here we go. All right, and so we have a very nice looking strawberry milkshake that I'm going to go blend up right now. So I will be right back and I'll let you guys know what it looks like. See you guys in a bit. Guys, I think I made too much. I made like way too much. This is like a liter. Oh my god, it's at 1,000 mLs. I made a liter of strawberry milkshake. I made too much. I'm gonna pour it into my blender bottle so I can actually drink it, but this blender bottle is 600 mLs total. I'll share some with you guys. Don't worry. All right, I'm gonna fill up my blender bottle. Yeah, so that's already over 600 mLs, and then I still have like a tiny bit left in here. Oh boy. So, oh shoot! Oh no! No! My milkshake spilled everywhere! Okay, there we go. And I have a straw now. Let me just wipe all of this sugary stuff out. Clean my desk a little bit. There you go. Use the alcohol. Smart. Don't want to get my Cali mat dirty! Clean it with the alcohol. Clean my clothes with the alcohol too. Alright, perfect. Alright, let's get to this. Woo! Got my drink. You ready? Let me taste it. Strawberry milkshake time! Itadakimasu! Mmm. Oh. Brain freeze. Ah, brain freeze. Ah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I got a brain freeze on that first sip. Okay. That it's actually not as sweet as I thought it was gonna be, which is, I guess, a good thing. If you think about it, so that whole pint of ice cream was $2.90 plus the powder of the Nesquik. I forgot what the serving was, but I guess like 1 tablespoon or something like that is like 50 calories or 2 tablespoons. I don't even know. Add another 100 calories for that, so it'll be $3.90. Plus the strawberries, I'm assuming is another calorie, like 100 calories for the cup of strawberries. And then the almond milk itself is like negligible. It's like 30 calories for a cup of that. So in entirety, this entire shake, plus the extra I have, is probably only 500 calories. Can you believe that? That a milkshake will only be 500 calories? What? Crazy. Usually when you drink a milkshake, it's like 1,000 calories, right? It's pretty good. Pretty crazy. All right, we're gonna get to studying. I'm gonna turn on my study music. I'm gonna grab my study things. So what I'm planning to do actually is for the first part, I'm actually going to be doing a question bank, like a test bank. So you guys are not going to really be seeing much of me doing anything on this front here. You're just really going to be seeing my hands moving around, but I'm going to keep the camera open just so you guys can see whatever. If you want to see me like drink my milkshake and stuff like that, up to you. But I have some test banks that I'm gonna practice doing online, and that's gonna in itself probably be at least an hour long. So let me grab my Pomodoro timer. How long am I going to be studying for today? As long as I can. Literally as long as I can today. As long as I fall asleep. Let's say, but the thing is, I don't want to sleep too late. So, let's say maximum, let's say 2 a.m. again. Let's set 2 a.m. as another, like, cutoff point. Sound good? But where's the whipped cream and the cherry on top? I'm not very much of like a whipped cream and cherry on top milkshake girly. I personally like today's milkshake is like super healthy. I guess this doesn't really count because I made it all with like super healthy ingredients, except the Nesquik. That was the only unhealthy ingredient I added to this. But the only thing that was in here is Halo Top ice cream, which is literally only 290 calories a pint. Some almond milk, some frozen strawberries, like 2 tablespoons of strawberry Nesquik powder, and a tablespoon of my protein powder. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay. Let me pull out my test bank. Let's not diddle daddle. Is that the word? Let's not diddle. Diddly daddy diddly daddly. It's dilly dally. Okay, that's what it is. I was like, diddly? No. Not Diddy. No, definitely not Diddy, because we don't want to be talking about P. Diddy, especially after everything that's been going on with his situation. Am I right? Gosh darn, the whole news with P. Diddy was so sad. I know, we don't even want to talk about it. You know what else is really sad? Liam Payne died the other day. If you guys have followed One Direction, but yeah, that was like big news that Liam died. And literally 3 people told me, because my sister and I used to love One Direction so much when we were kids. And so when I was chatting with my little sister the other day, the first thing she told me, she was like, "Oh my God, did you know that Liam died today?" And I was like, "What? Liam?" She was like, "Yeah, from One Direction." And I was like, "Oh God, how?" And she was like, he fell off a balcony because apparently he was like, I don't know, under the influence of something. I know, it was so unexpected. So unexpected. And then I realized that I forgot what my sister's favorite, or who my sister's favorite One Direction member was. So you remember how back in February I did an offline collab with Lua, and we were talking about One Direction, and she was like, "Oh, like, who's your favorite, or who was your sister's favorite One Direction member?" And I think I accidentally said Liam. And when I told her Liam, she laughed and she's like, "Oh my gosh, that's crazy." And I was asking her why, and she said, "It's because there's a lot of controversial things with Liam. Like, I guess he's like abusive and stuff like that. Like, he was in like a domestic violence case or something like that. That he was just like in a lot of scandals. After he left One Direction, he just like, was not as popular as the others. So that's why she said, she was like, oh, he's like a little not so great in terms of his image in terms of the other 3. But I just realized that I said it the wrong person. My sister actually likes Louis from One Direction, not Liam. So when I told Moya, my sister, that I accidentally told my friend on stream that she liked Liam, she got so pissed off. She was like, "Why did you tell people I liked Liam? Ew, no, definitely not. He's the wacko Louis all the way. I'm so offended you would tell people that I liked Liam. No." And she was like really like, no. So now I have to clear that up, that I have to clear this misconception up now, guys, that my sister does not stan Liam. She actually stans Louis. But I got them mixed up because Liam and Louis literally, they sound the same. Their names sound the same. Okay, and I was not that much into One Direction as she was, so But rest in peace, Liam. I'm so sorry that he had to go out in that such a way. It must have been very, very painful, and it's just very brutal the way that he passed. So rest in peace, Liam. You will forever be a part of our childhoods because One Direction was amazing. All right, so let's start. And then we can go to chatting about some of my favorite TV shows lately, because I want to chat with you guys about all the TV shows I've been watching. You almost missed it. Hi, Jaywalk. How's my shake? It's inside my blender bottle right now. It's good. It tastes like something that I could definitely drink throughout the entire stream. I still have a little bit left over in my blender. So I should top it off after this. Yeah. One Direction was not the one in Camp Rock Meow. That was those are the Jonas Brothers. Those are the Jonas Brothers. Okay, I'm gonna read this out. When providing anticipatory guidance to the caregivers of a 4-year-old, which of the following safety topics is most appropriate to introduce to the child of this age? Firearm injury, no pet interactions, pedestrian street habits, and adults with harmful intentions. Definitely pedestrian street habits. No, that was wrong. Adults with harmful intentions. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics Health Supervision Guidelines, during early childhood, typically around 4 years of age, children should be taught rules for how to be safe from adults with harmful intentions. These rules include that no adult should tell a child to keep secrets from parents, express interest in a child's private parts, ask a child for help with the adult's private parts. If a person or situation makes a child feel frightened or uncomfortable, the appropriate response is to leave as quickly as possible. Teaching children the phrase, no, go, yell, tell, helps them to remember these rules. The actions explained are that the child should yell no, run away, keep yelling to attract the attention of others, and tell a trusted adult what happened as soon as possible. Anticipatory guidance regarding firearm safety should be introduced to parents at the prenatal visit and reinforced at subsequent visits. Additional safety issues to be introduced as early as possible include car seat safety, heat stroke prevention, safe sleep, pet interaction, and safe home environment. Pedestrian street safety should be taught in anticipation of a toddler's increasing mobility. I guess pedestrian street habits is more for like toddlers because they start to walk. But 4-year-olds, apparently, you should introduce the adults with harmful intentions. Stranger danger, basically. Okay, learned that. When planning a class on human sexuality for a group of school-aged children, which of the following concerns is of most importance? Conducting separate sessions for the boys and girls, using medical terms to discuss body parts and functions. Definitely not, because they're school-aged. Being aware of own attitudes, feelings, and biases regarding sex. Explaining sexual information that is heard in jokes or via the media? It's definitely one of those two. Oh my god, that was a big sneeze. Ugh, I need to blow my nose. Thank you. I hate sneezing. The media one, being aware of own attitudes, feelings, and biases regarding sex. I guess, or explaining sexual information that is heard in jokes or via the media. No, it was the other one. Being aware of own attitudes, feelings, and biases regarding sex. School nurses are especially well placed and provide high quality sex education. However, as health professionals, all nurses can provide this information to children and parents no matter the practice setting. To be adequately prepared to discuss this topic, nurses must first be aware of their attitudes, feelings, and biases regarding sex. Other critical factors when planning. Okay, oh my god. I thought it was them. It's like our own attitudes. I was gonna answer that. I was gonna put that as the answer. Darn it, these test questions are juking me. I'm actually like not even 100% focusing right now. Let me pour the rest of this in. Okay. Perfect. Here we go. My icky sneeze. Did you hear my icky sneeze? That was a pretty icky sneeze, actually. And I sneezed on my hand. I actually have to clean the outer side of my hand now. Okay. In addition to screening for suicide risk at each health care encounter with an adolescent, it sounded wet. Oh yeah, it was wet. It like the particles sneezed. The particles were like all over on that side of my room. I sneezed to the left side. Luckily, it sneezed out into the air, not into anyone or anything. Also, it doesn't help that I'm literally drinking this, so I think I had a little bit of milkshake in my mouth when I sneezed. Don't you ever hate it when you sneeze and you have a little bit of fluid in your mouth, and then when you sneeze, you end up sneezing it out, or it ends up going out of your nose? Well, that has happened to me so many times where I've been ingesting some sort of fluid and then I sneeze and I've almost choked myself to death from that. It is so painful sneezing with water or whatever in your mouth. The worst feeling is when you sneeze into a fan and the fan was just like sneezing right back into you. Like you sneeze, achoo, and then all of a sudden your particles come right back into your face and you're like, ah, ew, self-germs. Now when I hiccup, I have something in my, yes, right? That feeling when you hiccup and you have something in your mouth, it's just so gross. You have a fear of splitting your lip when you sneeze, so you frantically lick your lips when you feel a sneeze coming. I should try doing that. Maybe I should try doing that. Now I'm gonna lick my lips every time I sneeze. How do you split your lip when you sneeze, though? It's interesting. Anyways, in addition to screening for suicide risk at each healthcare encounter with an adolescent, which question is most important to ask? How do you like to spend your free time? What do you like best and worst about school these days? How much sleep do you usually get on school nights? Or what problems are you dealing with in your close relationships? Suicide risk. Your lips don't flap a bit with the pressure release? No, when I sneeze, I keep my mouth a little bit open, so my lips don't I don't sneeze like up like that. I sneeze like achoo, achoo, like that. I literally go achoo, achoo, and then my lips are very, very far apart. Yeah, because my sneeze is very much like a regular achoo noise. Achoo, achoo, like that, achoo, like that. They don't flap. Nope. What do you like best and worst about school these days? How much sleep do you usually get on school nights? Suicide risk, which is most important. Oh my god, I hate these questions. So how do you like to spend your free time? What do you like best? Definitely not what problems are you dealing with in your close relationships, because they may not necessarily be dealing with problems. How much sleep do you usually get on school nights? What do you like best and worst about these school days? About school these days. Not necessarily. How do you like to spend your free time, or how much sleep do you usually get on? Oh, it was the last one. What problems are you dealing with in your close relationships? Darn it! Because adolescents are typically seen for episodic care, each encounter should be considered a health promotion opportunity regardless of reasons for the visit. Although generally accompanied by a caregiver, speaking privately with the adolescent is important. Establishing a resort, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Parents of a school-age child who identifies as transgender ask where they can find information and support. Which of the following resources is most appropriately suggested? School-age child. A family therapist, probably? Alright, I got that right. The term transgender refers to an individual whose sense of identity differs from the sex assigned at birth. While children who are transgender may engage in behaviors that are not typically of activities culturally assigned to a specific gender, such gender diverse behaviors are a common part of typical child development. Likewise, gender identity should not be confused with sexual orientation. Relevant terms and definitions related to the gender care can be found in the AAP policy statement, blah, blah, blah. This gender dysphoria is an evolving health concern for them and their families. If a specialized gender affirmative therapist is available, this type of family therapy can assist transgender children and their families by addressing symptoms of dysphoria and building resiliency skills. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to the psychiatrist because it's not a mental health issue. And hormone therapy is like much later down the line. If they decide to do that, because some people don't. The principle of double effect is often cited to support which of the following actions? Double effect? Oh my god. What is this? Double effect. Disclosing confidential information without consent in life-threatening situations, though. Withholding information from a child at the request of the legal guardian. Initiating treatments approved for research based on a double-blind study. Using large doses of opioids and sedatives to manage pain for a terminally ill child. The principle of double effect is a guide for ethical decision-making, although its use can be controversial when applied to complex medical issues. The traditional definition addresses that it is morally permissible to perform an action that will produce both positive and negative effects if a certain condition are met. Oh, the goal of the action must be to achieve a positive effect. The positive effect must come directly from the action. The negative effect must not be desired in itself, but only permitted. There must be a sufficiently grave reason for permitting the negative effect to occur. Therefore, this ethical standard applies to using large doses of medications to manage pain for terminally ill children, even if the action hastens death. The principle of double effect does not apply to any of the other options. I see. Basically, just like, you know, the benefits outweigh the risks is what double effect is like. Parents of a preschooler report that their child frequently has bad dreams. Which of the following behaviors is most indicative of night terrors as opposed to nightmares? Typically awakens during the second half of the night, is unresponsive to parental attempts to soothe, exhibits extreme fear upon awakening, has difficulty going back to sleep. I feel like nightmares typically awakens during second half of the night. That can be from an... Oh, wait. Night terrors. Indicate partial arousal from deep sleep. Nightmares and night terrors have very different presentations. Outlined in the table below. Because night terrors can be very frightening for parents, it's important to reassure them that there's no cause for concern and that most children outgrow them. Hoot hoot! Bah! Thank you so much, Faye, for being a clinic owl! Thank you so much! And for tier 3, welcome! I hope that you enjoy all of the fun little contents that I provided for you in the membership folders. Yeah. How are you doing? Ugh, I hate this. Figuring out the difference between a nightmare and a night terror. Getting all these questions wrong. See, I'm not prepared for this test. Oh, they're giving me all the tricky questions. These are like the non-medical questions. These are all very, there's stuff about ethics, and there's stuff like simple things like terminology and psychology and stuff like that. Oh my goodness, it's really annoying. One is a horse. Oh, there is Scary. No, not that. So nightmares usually happen in the second half of the night. Behavior is whimpering that builds. Nightmares, the child responds positively to attempts to comfort, might be frightened upon awakening, and may have difficulty returning to sleep, may remember the dream and talk about it later. But night terrors happen within 1 to 3 hours after falling asleep. Sudden crying out, screaming, thrashing, and flailing. Child is unaware of caregiver's presence and has no response to comfort or responds with increased terror. Rapidly returns to sleep without fully awakening, has no memory of the event. Oh, I see. So they're like not even aware. They're unresponsive to parental attempts to soothe because they're in like deep sleep. Okay, I see. A child receiving growth hormone therapy exhibits a slight limp and complains of unilateral hip and knee pain with no history of injury. Which of the following actions is most appropriate? Slight limp and complains of unilateral hip and knee pain. Refer to a healthcare provider for immediate treatment. Because a complication associated with the growth hormone therapy is a slipped capital femoral epiphysis. Okay. Next. A classmate with a chronic condition mentions being teased at school by classmates. Which of the following responses is likely to be most beneficial in helping the child deal with this problem? Chronic condition mentioned being teased at school. Which of the following responses is most beneficial in helping the child deal with the problem? Rehearsing appropriate ways to respond to bullying. Yep. School-aged child is hospitalized for new-onset type 1 diabetes. Which healthcare team member would be most appropriate for assisting the child with frequent finger sticks and injections? Definitely child life specialist. Immediately following child's death, family members decline to view the child's body. Which of the following actions would be most supportive of the family's emotional needs? Ask the family if they have made funeral arrangements. No. Arrange for immediate transport of the child's body to the morgue. Perhaps. Inform the family that this opportunity is essential to their grief process. No. Keep the child in the room for a few hours should the family change their minds. I'm gonna choose D. Okay, I was right. Yay! You're gonna ace this test, Jaywalk? Nice. If a family is uncertain about viewing their child's body following death, they should not be pressured to do so. However, many families who are initially hesitant may change their minds during the first several hours after death. To be prepared for this possibility, it is best to allow the child's body to remain in the room for a period of time. While arranging for the child's body to be transported to the morgue is an appropriate step. This action should not occur right away. Instead, recognizing the possibility that the family may realize the need to view their child in the setting one last time best supports their emotional needs. Asking about funeral arrangements is more of a practical matter than one that supports the family's emotional needs. Although having the opportunity to view the child in this setting may be helpful to their grief process, it is not essential. If this is suggested as potentially beneficial, it is important to convey the information with care and avoid seeming judgmental. Hi Shanghai, welcome! I am studying, yeah. We're having a good time and I have my strawberry milkshake. Yay! All is good, all is well. I hope you're doing great. Alright, receiving the influenza vaccine is a priority for which of the following children? A 5-month-old traveling out of the country? No, because you can't even get the influenza vaccine below the age of 6 months. 9-month-old in daycare? 6-year-old in public school? Or 18-year-old living in a college dorm? Definitely a 6-year-old in public school. Or a 9-month-old in daycare, one of those. It's a 9-month-old in daycare. Yeah, they are at higher risk for the flu. When interviewing the caregiver of a child with cognitive impairment, which of the following questions is most appropriate to ask in determining if there is a family history of intellectual disability? When interviewing the caregiver of a child with cognitive impairment, which of the following questions is most appropriate to ask in determining if there is a family history of intellectual disability? Are there any hereditary disorders in the family? Intellectual. Maybe. Is there a family history of mental health problems? No. Do any other family members have cognitive issues? Does anyone else in the family have learning difficulties? Cognitive. If there's a family history of intellectual disability. Yep, basically they're just asking that, like, do any other family members have cognitive issues? Does anyone else in the family have learning difficulties? Yes. A family health is D. Does anyone else in the family have learning difficulties? A family health history is blah 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 blah. Okay, I don't really care. Yeah, you definitely don't say cognitive issues because that's bad. Anyways, oof. When planning to implement a bedside shift report on a nursing unit, which of the following strategies is most likely to result in staff motivation and cooperation? Conducting a survey, explaining during staff meeting bedside reports purpose and benefit, having staff on the unit sign a contract committing to participation in bedside report, presenting a video of family stating how bedside report made them feel a part of the team. That one. A child who typically has a disheveled appearance and is frequently absent is brought to school nurse and admits to being hungry. In addition to obtaining food for the child, which of the following actions is most appropriate? Provide care, contact the child's legal guardian, report concerns to Child Protective Services, provide caregiver counseling and education, refer the family to community agencies for assistance. It's one of those. It's either provide caregiver counseling and education or refer the family to community agencies for assistance. Apparently, it's report concerns to Child Protective Services. When a child's basic needs are not provided for, it constitutes neglect and most common form of child maltreatment. Oh, okay. Apparently, that is the primary concern for the child's safety. Assessment of family dynamics is most important when caring for a child with which of the following diagnoses? Failure to thrive, sickle cell, asthma, type 1 diabetes, sickle cell. Family dynamics. Failure to thrive, right? Or sickle cell, maybe? Because constant pain? No? Or type 1 diabetes? Because we need to know if the parents can give the kid their diabetes medicine, maybe, I don't know. Failure to thrive. Which of the following children is suspicion highest for non-accidental trauma. You're not supposed to help me, Jaywalk. This is me studying. I'm not gonna read them aloud. I have to focus. Let me focus. I have to focus. Sorry. I haven't been focusing and I'm like getting all the questions wrong, so I'm like trying to really focus. Do they accept the vomiting and the resulting... Okay. Increased plasma pH and bicarb. Thank you, Neer. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. Sorry, I can't chat for too long, but I still have 10 minutes left on my Pomodoro timer, so I have to focus. so much. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. All right, so here's the question for you guys. Which of the following parental statements regarding their adolescent child is most indicative of potential illicit drug use? A. Our teen has bloodshot eyes and has been sleeping excessively the past few weeks. We are concerned about our child's erratic mood swings and recent poor grades. Some prescription pain medication is missing from the medicine cabinet. Our younger child has been prescribed a stimulant for ADHD. Definitely the third one. That one's easy. A smoking prevention program is being planned for adolescents utilizing peer-led discussions. The inclusion of which of the following topics would likely be most effective in preventing adolescent tobacco use? Damage to lungs and long-term health risks, effects on personal appearance and social consequences. Probably that one. It's probably B. Regrets of adult smokers and increasing ostracism by non-smokers. Alternative methods of demonstrating independence and non-conformity. Yeah. Or alternative methods of demonstrating independence and nonconformity. Why would you show them alternative methods of demonstrating independence and nonconformity? Like, what is an alternative method of nonconformity? Like, what would I tell them? Oh, you can do this so you don't have to conform. What? Like, do you want to conform? It was the second one. We were right. It was about the personal appearance and social consequences. You're doing it wrong, kid. You have to do it this way. You're not non-conforming correctly. Don't be a non-conformist, or don't be a non-conformer by smoking, kids. You can also non-conform by I don't know. Smoking chocolate cigarettes instead. That's non-conforming. Why not non-conform by watching a heck ton of anime and geeking out about other TV shows? Non-conforming, yeah? Be a non-conformist by geeking out on your favorite things. Piercings everywhere in your face, no! No, don't encourage that. wearing lots of eyeshadow. Non-conform by wearing skimpy clothes. You can non-conform through fashion, all right? You can wear trash bags. I don't mind. Wear trash bags as fashion. If all you care. You're making a new portfolio right now? That's exciting! I wish you all the best of that. Good luck. You got this. Your real answer is just to be super into Sonic the Hedgehog fashion. Or you can non-conform by making very weird pieces of art. You guys can express that through non-conformist art and music. Dissonant music with crazy lyrics. I don't know. Thank you, Nier. Stay home and play Minesweeper. Oh, let me add Nier as a mod real quick. Because Nier is a good friend. Alright. When providing care to children with Guillain-Barré prior to your division good and steroids. Supportive care. Ooh, Jackson is studying for their certified quality engineer exam? Whoa, that's cool. That's awesome. What does that entail? That sounds really, really interesting. I'd love to hear about that. What do you guys have to do? What do you have to do with that sort of stuff? That's awesome. Good luck to you, Jackson. We both got our exams coming, so I wish all the best. Hope you can focus well on your studies. Planning patient assignments for the shift. Which of the following children is least appropriately included? Let me grab my chapstick. The assignment for a nurse who will also be caring for an infant with C. diff. I got my Aquaphor plus sunscreen. I forgot this had sunscreen in it. Hello, Alexandra, how are you? Ah, the timer's about to go off. My milkshake has sunscreen on it? No, it does not. Ah, I only finished half of the questions, damn it. All right, that's fine. We'll take a quick break here. Let's take a quick break. So, Nier says that they're getting back into the swing of life, spent most of their year with a chronic sciatic pain, couldn't sleep in bed. Oh my god, that sucks. I cannot imagine having like that much pain that you can't even sleep in your bed. Oh, you got a surgery just recently too? Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely need to do a lot of PT with that sort of thing. You don't want it to come back, or you don't want to be in more pain. Can't believe you've been here for 40 minutes. It flies by so quickly, I know, right? Half the questions in 45 minutes is pretty good. Thank you. I mean, there's 50 questions, so spent a lot of time like chatting in between though. This timer is mega cool, isn't it so freaking cute? My sister thought it was a waste of money to buy this. She just thought it was some sort of fancy, overpriced timer. No, it's actually a really cute smiley face, and it's motivating me to work hard, and it has a little countdown ring and everything, and it's very minimalistic, and I like that. It's very basic. No extra bells and whistles, just the knob and just a volume adjustment and a light adjustment. That's pretty much it. That's all you need. That's all you need. You're enjoying being able to stretch your legs. Wow. Good for you. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're finally able to just walk around and do whatever you need to do post-surgery. Because I know with those kind of ortho surgeries, the recovery it takes a really, really, really long time. Like that, it is no joke with orthopedic surgeries. Recovery time is like the majority of it, really. It can take years to recover from certain things, yeah. Jaywalk says you would have finished if you didn't have internet goofballs distracting you. Yeah, you guys are the reason why I can't focus properly. Gosh. Jackson says, basically, long story short, it teaches you skills on how to solve quality-related issues and how to conduct quality investigations for a magnitude of products across many industries. Ooh, that's cool. Like, I love that. I love how you'll be able to solve quality-related issues. Is it like a lot of formulations, or is it actual actual viewing of quality things? Or is it mostly like algorithmic type things? Yeah. Nier also lost 40 pounds this year? Wow, good for you. That's so motivating. That is really great. I know how difficult it must be to be on the weight loss journey. It is really, really difficult. You really have to stick to it. So every time I hear about somebody who's like successfully lost the weight that they wanted to, makes me so happy to hear. Makes me so happy. Yeah. So I'm glad you're taking your health seriously, because it is really difficult. And I've witnessed it firsthand in like my job, and even with family members. I've seen how difficult it is for them to lose weight. Still have about 20 or so more you want to lose, but you're getting there. You will get there, don't worry. I believe in you. I believe in you. I've never had that. Well, I've only maybe had that issue once when I was like in high school, or not in high school, but in middle school. I used to be a little tubby, but then I lost like 20 pounds in like 2 months, which is not good. Don't trust it. Don't follow what I did. And I've been like very good at maintaining my weight since then. I have not really fluctuated within like a 10 to 15 pound difference. So I have never, basically I'm like at a very, very good weight right now. I'm like very happy about that. Surprisingly, considering that I eat quite trashily from time to time, I'm surprised that I haven't gained more weight. But I guess it's because of all my muscles. But also I keep myself very, very active. I was like very active when I was in my college years. Not so much maybe my middle school years or my high school years, but I was way, way, way more active, in like my high school, college years. And I don't know. I love keeping active. I love finding new sports to do. Like I had my brief stint with my kung fu. I thought that was really cool. I wish I could go back to doing kung fu, but it's just too far from where I live right now because I moved to a new place and now my Kung Fu school is too far for me to travel to because it would take over an hour for me to get to my Kung Fu school, and that's too far for me. So I was thinking of taking up a new fun sport. I think exploring a different sport every few years or so is actually a good thing for me. So for a bit it was Taekwondo, and then after that it was Kung Fu for a few years. And I think this year I really want to try maybe going back to like kickboxing. I really love Muay Thai kickboxing, or take up gymnastics, but just like freestyle gymnastics. I want to learn how to do a proper backflip. Remember I told you guys that if I ever become 3D one day, I'm going to be the first VTuber to ever perform a backflip live on with 3D rigging and everything. Heck yeah. Are you still doing yoga? Oh yeah, that doesn't count though. That yoga and Pilates are just things that I do every single week. I do Pilates and yoga at least once a week. Like I do yoga once a week, Pilates once a week, so both of them twice a week. And then I go to my regular like scheduled gym time to like do like free weights and things like that. But I was thinking of picking up like a third active hobby at the moment, and it was between going back to my Kung Fu classes, which are just a little bit difficult for me considering my scheduling, or trying out like acrobatics, like gym, because there is like a gym that does adult free open classes in the evenings. So I might try that out because I don't think I can really commit to like both, like Kung Fu and gym. Although I really do want to go back to doing Kung Fu classes. If only I could find a gym that was closer to me. I'm so sad. Or a school that was closer to me. COVID completely shot your physical activity. Oh, have you considered jujitsu or boxing? Yeah, I really want to go back to I really liked Muay Thai. I've never tried jujitsu. Jujitsu would be really fun. There are a lot of jujitsu gyms around me. Yeah. But it's a lot of grappling and I don't really like touching other people. So I really don't like grappling sports. That is just like not my thingy. I have a thing about like hygiene and body odor. And if there's any sport that gets me, like requires me to get up and personal and towards a person's own body, definitely not the sport for me. Yeah. Jackson has to do root cause investigations to figure out why your products are failing bioburden testing. Wow. And I wonder how. It would be so interesting for someone to show me. I think a part of me wishes I could like explore different industries, because I've really been just focused on this one industry, which is healthcare. But I thought to myself, if I ever become like a full-time streamer and focus on content creation, I keep thinking, you know, what is something that is going to help me stand out? Because I've watched a lot of videos and I've read a lot of insights about what it's like to be a VTuber or a streamer now. And it's not like it used to be. It's not like it used to be 4 years ago, where you can just be a cute anime girl with a nice model and say really cute derpy things, or, you know, accidentally say one word and make it sound like you accidentally say like a weird word on stream, or you make cute noises on stream, or you just play games and you're like super hyperactive, or even being like a super clippable streamer is not gonna get you to where you want to be. Like, you have to create other content, right? So I was thinking to myself, what kind of other content would make me different, but also would be something that you guys would be interested in? Because I don't want to follow trends. I don't want to like follow too many trends. And I kept thinking to myself, do I need to be like one of those streamers that make a lot of short form content and it's all of this like super fast talking about like life experience kind of thing? I'm thinking of like like Rin Penrose style shorts, or even like the Sherry Lupina style when her shorts started getting really popular. So I was thinking, like those kind of shorts, the way to go. But in my mind, I'm like, is this a type of content that I like to watch personally? And the answer is, unfortunately, no. I'm not really interested in those kind of things. Like, sure, it's like very engaging, but if it were truly me, and if I were doom scrolling, and then it was like this video of like a VTuber talking about like their everyday life, and it's like a funny story, but it's like a very basic generic story that everyone kind of knows about, I would kind of just be like, not really watch it. And I've like watched all of their like top videos, and I kept thinking to myself, what makes this appealing? And then in my head, I'm like, I don't really get it. So I'm gonna try and make content that I find appealing, because I'm like very much on the other side of the spectrum, right? I love like anything to do with like newfound knowledge, but in like a twisted way. Like, I like anything that's like educational. I love watching things that make me realize, oh, I learned something today, and it's not just something that is gonna rot in my brain and be a waste of my time. Because when I watch short form videos, I love educational videos. Those are like pretty much the only things I watch. I don't watch like meme stuff, even like dance videos I barely watch. I mostly watch medical stuff, like people's experiences working in the medical field, or doctors talking about like a disease that they treated, or they're talking about a very rare genetic disorder. I think the one thing that I've been watching the most lately are families and parents, and even adolescents or children with chronic illnesses or rare genetic disorders. And I've been learning a lot about these really super rare diseases that don't have a lot of traction right now, and they're trying to build more awareness on these diseases because there's not a lot of funding for them, and there aren't any cures for them. One of them I've been watching a lot is kids with this disease called, it's basically childhood dementia or Sanfilippo syndrome. And there are a lot of families on TikTok and Instagram talking about like Sanfilippo, and they basically like log their everyday life, what it's like to live with a kid with Sanfilippo. I also really love looking at TikTok videos of like families who have kids with like tracheotomies or G-tube feeds, or kids who have like brittle bones disease. Like I follow a pair of twins who have osteogenesis imperfecta, but they also have microcephaly. So their heads are macrocephaly. They have big heads. And then they're also really tiny, and their bones are really brittle. So it's really interesting to see how a family normalizes their way of life, even though their kids have like chronic illnesses. And you know, it's not normal to have to deal with something like that. So I really love how people are normalizing living with kids with chronic conditions, and it's something that I want to learn so that I can use it in my job and in my profession, and maybe educate other families as well who have kids who might have chronic conditions and things like that. So I also really want to do like short form fact videos. So I like teach people about certain diseases and things, or do short form videos of me talking about like crazy things that have happened in my job, right? Like I could talk about the foot maggot story, or I could talk about my Code Brown stories, or I could talk about like the silly things that my little patients have told me. And I thought that they would be really, really nice. I just haven't been able to really, I don't really have a direction for them yet. I have a vision, but I can't really put it into an actual format at the moment. But it's just something that I want to put out there. Yeah. Have you ever thought about longer form video content, not streams or music, but just videos about something? Definitely about something, and I have to find a very good video editor about it. Maybe shorts and super weird anatomical facts. Right. I don't think shorts are really the way to go for making educational style content personally. True. People just like to hear about wacky stories. I don't know. I don't have wacky stories at the moment. I mean, I do. I have like some weird wacky stories about work and things. But Nier said they did editing for VTubers for about a year. Is honestly the worst job you ever had. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. See, this is why I wish I knew how to edit my own videos, but I'm not a very interesting video editor. Yeah. I would actually tune into a medical education short if you ever make some. Thank you. Would you? I've been looking into rare diseases ever since interviewing the CEO of an orphan drug company. Ooh. You love watching medical education stuff? Yeah. You gain a new appreciation for people with chronic conditions after having sciatic pain for 9 months, right? People all go through the same thing, whether it's about like even the simple things or the most common things like anxiety or ADHD or even autism or depression. Like facts like that would be really cool, raising awareness about them, but also like telling funny stories about them along the way. For sure, it's video testicular torsion. Hi Destiny, how are you? Yeah, remember my foot maggots story? Do you remember that? I told you that story where the guy literally came in and he was homeless, and then I'm gonna tell you guys real quickly about it again. He was homeless, he came in, he said his foot was hurting. They took off his shoe, and as they took off his shoe, his entire foot came off with the shoe because the skin had stuck into the shoe itself. So when they removed the shoe, his entire foot came off, and it was just the bone that was exposed on his leg. And because of all the maggots that were eating the flesh, it was because there were like a ton of maggots that were eating the flesh in between his foot and his leg. And the only reason why he didn't die of bacterial infection at that point was because the maggots were cleaning out all of his dead flesh. So his flesh was actually like really clean and really like pink. And he didn't feel anything because he was diabetic. So yeah. So my coworker told me that when she worked in the emergency room, she took off the guy's shoe, and as she took it off, the foot came along with it, and then a bunch of maggots fell out. And he was just saying that his foot was hurting, but it was just like his foot was bothering him. And it was just insane. I can only imagine it in my head what it would look like. It would look pretty gruesome, my honest opinion. They freak out, but this is just like stories that we tell each other all the time as nurses. That's not even the craziest or the grossest story that we've heard. You know, like I've heard even crazier things from my coworkers who have worked in the emergency rooms. Even the lecturer who was doing our exam review earlier this week, she told us some of the crazy stories that she's had to deal with, and she's like a flight nurse too, so she does a lot of like emergency evacuations and stuff like that. She's witnessed like children having third-degree burns all over their bodies. She's witnessed like kids that have things impaled in their brains, like nails in their skulls and other it's just like insane. She's specifically a pediatric flight nurse, so she deals with like babies and kids, and she has to airlift them into to other hospitals. Yeah, that would be such an interesting job. I would love to interview people like that. So on that note, what I was trying to say is, if I ever did make not short form content, but like content, I have been really inspired by, I don't know if you guys used to watch like BuzzFeed, and there used to be a member of BuzzFeed. Obviously BuzzFeed is, most of their members have left, but I used to watch a person called Michelle, what was her last name? Like Michelle something, but she basically went around and experienced a bunch of different jobs. And she's like a day, like experiencing being like an engineer for one day, or trying to be a gymnast for one day, or like trying to be a nurse or a doctor for one day. And she literally goes out there and she shadows real life professionals on their jobs for a day, and they actually let her do their like some of the things. And it's really cool. I thought I would love to do something like that, where I'd reach out to some sort of professional and obviously ask permission beforehand, and ask if I could shadow them like a day in the life in their job. Because I would love to do that. If anyone reached out to me saying like, hey, I'd like to make a video where we like shadow the day in the life of a nurse, or like what is it like to have to work as a nurse for a shift, and then make a video about it, like I would let them do that. And I'd show them what it's like. It's really cool. They're always so much fun, and also very educational. Like I feel like I would learn so much. I would learn so much from them too. So I'm always trying to learn something new every single day, whether it be from like the short videos that I watch on Instagram or whatever, or even the TV shows that I watch. I actually prefer watching documentaries and true crime more than other TV shows. Obviously, I do have my like guilty pleasures, like watching the Fallout TV show and like funny cartoons like Family Guy and stuff. But if there's anything that I default to, it's always the documentaries. I love watching the stuff about like ancient apocalypses and conspiracy theories and unsolved mysteries. That's kind of my jam. Like anything that has to do with like the occult or apocalypse or the ancient civilizations. I love those. Those are my favorites. Yeah. Hi, Deep Feed, new person here. Welcome. Welcome. Why? Let me try being a neurosurgeon for a day. That's Jaywalk says that I should try being a neurosurgeon for the day. I would love to perform brain surgery. Remember a movie where a dude got mauled by a bear and he used maggots to clean his wounds? A very viable way to do so. It's actually a very good way to clean your wounds. We still use maggots to this day in a medical setting. People definitely use maggots to clean out wounds that are otherwise too difficult to do surgically or by hand. Because if there are like wounds that are too deep or too, I guess just like too difficult to access through surgical means, or if they do it by hand, it would damage the nerves. They use maggots. Maggot therapy. It is a real thing. You can Google it. They still use maggots in hospitals. In very rare cases though, but they still use it. And I definitely had a coworker who actually had to use maggots to treat a patient's wound. She was on like a med search unit, and the doctor literally prescribed maggots for like 3 hours a day, for the maggots to literally just sit on their flesh for 3 hours a day. And they would come in and they would give you like an actual container, sterilized container full of maggots. And then you would have to pick each maggot out one by one and just put it on the person's flesh. And you have to count how many maggots there are, because later on you're gonna have to pick them back up and put them back into the jar and make sure they don't run away. Oh man, that would be crazy. Anyways, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that I should try doing like short form content like everybody else? Should I try just talking, like having like fun stories and talk really fast, that kind of vibe, or even clip segments of my streams and make them into short form? That's one way I was planning to do as well. I don't know. I've been thinking about it for a really long time, because I have like reached out to editors. I've reached out to several video editors who are willing to work with me. I just don't know like where to start, or what moments in my streams are even worth clipping. Because I know that with each video, obviously it's going to get more and more expensive, right? Because you think like each video that they have to edit is not the cheapest, right? So the more that you want to do, the more money I'm going to have to invest. It may not necessarily may not necessarily have like a high return. So I'm thinking like, what is the most effective way, most efficient way to get that out there? Because I still want to make fun, like short videos. That's one of my passions, is like making like funny shorts and things like that. I love watching those. I don't know. Your opinion is to have 3 to 5 minute clip stories with custom thumbnails. Okay. I guess that's fun. Like I guess people still like watching like regular videos, right? Shorts are now 3 minutes max, so you could do some quick stories. True. I could make them 3 minutes now. I will explore one day. Because I still want to focus on streaming. But if I want to move on from one thing, I'm going to have to like take away from another. So if I want to focus more on like regular YouTube content, then I'm going to have to like kind of stream less frequently to like focus more on that sort of stuff. Yeah. They can be original scripts or stream highlights, but I think if you do extremely highly edited retention editing shorts, it might hide what's super appealing about your personality. Really? That's true. I get that. Makes sense. It's not my personality. I don't think I'm really that type of personality to do so. But yeah, I like doing more like informative style. Plus, I think I have the voice for it too. I could do like a very Telecaster type voice, or did you know that or like a very broadcasting style voice, right? Almost like a nature documentary style voice. Did you know that the horned owl has 2 horns? Or something really stupid like that. Did you know that owls like to hoot at night, especially when they're hungry? So when the owl goes out to hunt for its food, it hypes itself up by hooting several times an hour in order to notify other owls that they are hungry and that they should back the F off. It is my turn to hunt, is what they're trying to say. You might end up getting 2 very different communities, your short community and your streaming community. You mentioned room hunters and that happened to her for a brief period. Oh, interesting. Yes, what Nir said. I like listening to you babble because I'm a babowl. I'm a babowl. That's why. I think you have a sort of welcoming educator type vibe, and that absolutely has a lot of appeal on YouTube right now. I could be the next Miss Rachel. I could be rich if I become. I swear to God, I literally can sound like Miss Rachel. Some people have actually compared my voice to Miss Rachel. Some people have gone up to me and been like, you know, you kind of remind me of that one girl online. Like some parents have literally told me, she's like, you sound like a Miss Rachel. Oh my God, you don't know Miss Rachel? Oh. Only our life and savior in pediatrics. Miss Rachel is our God. You put Miss Rachel on the iPad and instantly a baby will stop crying. Instantly the baby is drawn to Miss Rachel. She is like the IRL Coco Melon, all right? Except less annoying and actually bearable for parents, because Coco Melon, Peppa Pig, Baby Shark, all those things, these start to destroy your brain cells after like the first million of views that your kid will play. After like 1 million plays, you feel like you're dying. But Miss Rachel, at least it's educational. She like teaches, and her voice is actually not annoying. Yeah, she talks like she has like a very high-pitched voice, and she's actually like she actually graduated with a degree in speech language pathology and I think it's speech therapy. She graduated in specifically for like kids, which is why she is like really good in creating these kind of programs and videos for young kids of all ages. And the way that she talks is like scientifically proven to have like a stronger effect on younger kids, because her voice is like very high and she uses a lot of inflections. She talks like, "Hi there, I'm Miss Rachel. Can you do your ABCs? We're going to sing our ABCs. Will you sing with me? All right, let's go." And then she starts singing, and she actually has a really good voice. I think she also did like music therapy as well. So when she sings, she has like a really nice singing voice. So the kids will start like singing along with the, "We're gonna sing our ABCs," like that. Wait, holy moly, that's really similar to Miss Rachel, move over. And she's rich from all these videos, okay? She has like millions and millions and millions of views on her videos. And she actually does videos where she's out of character, and it's so funny to see Miss Rachel talk like a normal person. And she actually uses her character now as something that's a little bit ironic. So when she does her TikTok videos, she'll do them for more adult audiences, and she'll joke around that like she still talks like Miss Rachel even like as a normal person. According to Wikipedia, yes, she has a degree in music education and like other things, definitely. Does she wear cardigan sweaters? She wears a headband. She wears a headband. After working as a teacher for a year, I can confirm that it is not being annoying is key for sure. This is why I dream of being like a preschool teacher one day, preschool or kindergarten teacher, because the way that I talk is just like really, I think the kids would really love it. And then they also love music, and I know how to play the piano and I know how to sing. So it'd be fun to like sing along with the kids, teach them new songs or even write new songs. Is there a VTuber for preschoolers yet? I think so. I actually saw one of my patients when I used to work at the infusion clinic. She was watching she's like a hybrid VTuber. So she does mostly like toy review content, and I think her name was like Cookie Swirls or something like that. So she also has like a VTuber model that she streams with. And I saw this like little 7-year-old girl watching a VTuber, but the main content of that VTuber was like toy ASMR kind of style videos. So to answer your question, yes, there are definitely VTubers for preschoolers, because anybody can be a VTuber now. Like their original content was probably for preschoolers, and they just maybe used a model instead of their face now. All right, I'm gonna be the next Miss Rachel. First, Miss Rachel VTuber. And ironically use it. "Hi, everybody. Are you ready to watch me stream this video game? This video game is called Silent Hill. Let's spell Silent Hill together. S is for silent, like snake. Can you say S? And the next letter is I. I for I am amazing." Anyways, I digress. We're continuing. Back to studying. "I'll pay you to stop doing this? How much are you gonna pay me? I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it." "Welcome, my pill owls. I'm Mr. Appy." You know, it could be something really creepy too. You could make a Miss Rachel horror game. Or like some sort of Miss Rachel voice style horror game. It sounds like a very dystopian, like, "Listen to my words and follow my instructions, or else you will be punished and go to hell." Don't rock me, I'm scared. Miss Rachel did it. I can't wait for Miss Rachel to make her video about Pyramid Head. Oh my god. Hunger Games me saw, no. Imagine, I could use that voice. Did you know that? Did you know? And then like very morbid, imagine like a very morbid topic, and then you use like the Miss Rachel voice over it. I feel like it would throw parents off because a lot of kids might not even understand what you're talking about. So you'd be talking about something really, really grim like, did you know that when you get stung by 1,000 bees, your body will swell up so much like a ball to the point that your body might even explode. And when your body explodes, all your body parts will eject from your body. Like that, like really gross. And your blood vessels will rip right out of your flesh, like spaghetti noodles flying across the table. Imagine, it reminds you of that teacher from Poppy Playtime 2? Yeah. Is Miss Rachel's voice going to be in the next karaoke voice acting roulette? I don't know. Voice acting roulette? Oh my god. That would be funny. That would be funny. What did I do with voice acting roulette last time? Oh yeah, I was just like spinning it around and then reading different scripts in different characters, right? That's what my voice acting roulette was like. Yeah. Anyways, I feel like I would be hella rich from that. You did Donald Duck karaoke in the roulette? Wait. What is my Donald Duck voice like? That's just a sore throat toad. My name is Donald Duck. And oh my god, I can't do it. It's Toad. It has to be Toad. I just know how to laugh like Donald Duck. It's just... That's how he laughs. I just can only do Toad. I can only do Toad. Toad is a really easy voice for me to do. I feel like if they hired a new voice actor for Toad, it would be me. They need to hire me as the new voice actor. Hey, Super Mario movie sequel, hire me please. I can do a really good Toad. Wahoo! 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 Or Yoshi. Toad is a deceptively hard voice. Not for me, it's not. Ha 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 ha. Not for this owl. No. You just have to sound like you're constipated and really backed up in all places. I feel like Toad is just really constipated all the time. Ah! He really is. Ah! Okay, I'm getting off topic. Okay, next 45 minutes. He does sound constipated all the time, right? Right? I'm not going crazy, right? Because when I have to put on my Toad voice, it makes me feel like I'm constipated. Like I'm bearing down all the time. Like it's just a lot of pressure in the air tube, in the voice tube. Yeah, your windpipe. A lot of air pressure in there. Anywho. What was the point of this again? Or why did we talk about this? Oh yeah, we were talking about Miss Rachel, but before that, what were we talking about? Oh, about shorts and other contents and things like that. Documentary style content. I'll make some. I'll start making some. I also had this idea. Here's another idea. I have like a lot of really great ideas that I feel like I should execute. or even just try them out. And if they don't work, then that's fine. I could just move on to the next idea. But I have so many ideas that I want to try out and see if they actually work. Because I have this one idea where, because, you know, you see how like our VTuber models now are very, very fluid and I can like turn my head and everything. I wanted to like do almost like a roleplay thing where I basically use my model in like different situations as different characters. But I wanted to write my own like anime plot. Because you know how in my streams, I'll come up with like the most bizarre plots for anime, and you guys are always like, I should write a light novel or direct an anime or something like that. Well, it's because I continue to have the crazy stories, and I really want people to know about them. Hoping that one day some director or some higher up in the anime industry will notice my idea and actually bring it to fruition. But then I realized if I don't patent these ideas, they could just be stolen. So maybe I should patent my story ideas. Either way, I feel like I should make these parodies of like anime series, or like little mini abridged series, except use my character, for example, or do like a short type content where it's like summarizing one of the newest anime that came out, kind of like Giguk kind of content, because I love watching Giguk, where he summarizes like a certain anime in a nutshell. So I love doing like in a nutshell kind of things. For example, if you had to, let's think of like one anime, Apothecary Diaries, like in a nutshell, and I'd play like one character, and it would be like, "Hi, I'm Mao Mao, and I love drugs, and I love to experiment on drugs. I'm not a drug addict though. Maybe, perhaps. I'm also an orphan and work in a brothel." And then I would play the other character, which is Jinshi. It's like, "Hi, I'm Jinshi, and everybody thinks I don't have a PP, but I actually do. Nobody knows my secret." Anyways. I'm a recreational pharmacologist. Right? Do you miss those anime and 8 Minutes of Bridge series? Right? Legit would love to talk to you about some of those ideas at some point. Oh my gosh, that'd be so nice. If only you could remember your dreams. Totally. Apothecary Diaries video should actually just be you talking about different types of poisons in extreme detail. Actually, though, because everybody compares me to Mao Mao. Is this surprise pee-pee jump scare? Recreational pharmacologist, stop it. Well, back in the day, they didn't have any like OSHA or what do you call it, FDA. No, back in the day, there was nobody monitoring the type of drugs people were using. So, you know, people were just using it freely. I'm sure every pharmacist had to try out their own medication, like a bartender. How are you supposed to know if something is good or something works well if you don't try it out yourself? Right? That's what my bartending coach told me. He told me, even though I didn't drink and I worked at a bartender, he was like, how are you supposed to know what your creation, if your creation is good, if you don't taste it, if you don't enjoy it for yourself? So there I was sitting there at 7 in the morning drinking a mojito, because my boss told me I had to on the job. But I don't know about pharmacy. How do I know if morphine tastes good? How do I know if the morphine works? How do I know if this recreational drug works? Got to test it out yourself. You see nothing wrong with this logic? It's basically what Mao Mao does. She's like, I want to know the effects of this medication. Let me try it on myself, even though it might kill me. That feeling of being so close to death. I love it. I love it. Anyways, okay, we'll continue. Sorry, I got sidetracked again. We must continue with these questions. All right, everybody, let's take a pause right here. I have started a timer. I don't know what I should name my little smiley face timer guy, but he looks like a pom-pom or pomodoro. So pom-pom is telling me that it is time to study. When pom-pom's face shows like this, that means you guys have to be quiet. All right, everybody, pom-pom is saying be quiet. The pom-pom timer has started. Steady, steady, steady. Excuse me. It's not gross. Stop saying it's gross. That's not gross. That wasn't even that wet as before, okay? That was a dry sneeze. Just 10 more questions. Last question. Finished. Nice. Oh God, I have 22 minutes to finish this last question. Well, I finished it. Yay! Okay, let me pause this for 1 second. I will be right back. Let me just go grab some water and put my milkshake away. Okay. All right, we are back. All right, I still have a lot that I need to study. I am definitely did not do so well in that one. But thank you so much, Owing, for being a clinic owl. Welcome to the clinic. Welcome to your new job as a, well, you were a blue boy, so that means you've been here for at least 2 months. So welcome. Welcome back, is what I want to say. I hope you were enjoying your role as a clinic owl. Thank you so much for your help last month. Thank you. You're back. You're back. Yay. Okay. We are moving on to which one did I not do yet? Did I do musculoskeletal yet? Nope, I haven't done musculoskeletal or cancers. So we're gonna continue. Athy's kind of amazing. No, you stop it. You guys are too nice. You guys are too kind. I'm not that amazing. I haven't really even done anything special, to be fair. But I have to go through all of my notes. Just give me 1 second. So this was like the exam review that course that they gave us. There's a lot of notes that are just like compiled here, and these are my notes from like the 2 days that I was there. I was just like making small notes on these little things. But I feel like this is just like a very generalized review. A lot of the stuff in the questions that I just got were very specialized and were not covered during the review at all. It's very much questions that are not so much like, oh, what are specific things that you know? Because I know specific things. It's more so like critical thinking, because it asks you what is the most important, or what is the, what is the least effective, or what is something that would be concerning of you. So these questions, the way that they are worded is also one half of the challenge. So I really am struggling. Either way, I know we can do this. We still have 22 minutes on the clock. So let us continue. Let's continue with the studying. I've heard that medical exam boards love what is the most, and then they give you several valid options, which is exactly what happened just now, Tia. I was quite literally reading through a bunch of correct answers, and they were all valid answers. They just want to know what is the most correct answer, all right? I'm gonna give you a question asking you what is the correct answer, and I'm gonna give you a bunch of correct answers, but you have to answer which one is the most correct out of all those correct answers, okay? Such is the way of tests. It's frustrating, but this is why I'm not a great test taker. There are some people who are amazing test takers, but I, for one, am not. Okay. You know what? Give me a second. I need to text a friend about whether I can go to her birthday party tomorrow. Let me text my friend real quick. Where is it? I can probably go. So my friend is inviting me to her birthday. I forgot to message her birthday dinner tomorrow, and I don't have anything to do tomorrow, so well, I have stream tomorrow, but it'll be in the evening after stream. So let me text her that. Okay, sounds good. A lot of birthdays this month. Okay, perfect. All right, let's go back. Let me turn my fan on. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So, part of my Halloween costume for work came. I'm contemplating whether I should get like a red t-shirt or some sort of like ladybug printed t-shirt for work so that I can match, but I wanted to go as Ladybug, Miraculous Ladybug. So I've just bought like this really cheap Miraculous Ladybug mask with the earrings. And then I got myself the plush, because I used to love Miraculous Ladybug, okay? And it is still one of my favorite shows. It's just gotten a little bit saturated for my tastes, so it's like it's a very different show than it used to be. But I got myself a tiki kwami thing so that I could stick this on my shoulder, because you know how like on Twitter I was actually tagged by Shiki. There was like a post on Pokemon where this guy put like a Lapras, or not a Lapras, but like they put some sort of Pokemon character on their shoulder, like they pinned it to their shoulder as a pediatric nurse, and all the kids love them. It was so funny because she wasn't the first person to actually send me that. Someone else on Discord actually sent me the exact same post on Twitter. They're like, reading this post reminded me of you. And then she was the second person who actually tagged me on that exact same post. So I thought to myself, is this what people really think of me when they look at those kind of things? But I love that. I love that about that. And so here's my little tiki that I'm gonna pin on my shoulder to just sit on my shoulder really like casually, so that I'm gonna walk around as like Miraculous Ladybug with my little tiki kwami. Isn't it so cute? I'm so excited. I'm so excited for Halloween. Ah. I'm working Halloween night, so it is only appropriate that I dress up. And also they want all of us to dress up. They encouraged all of the nurses to dress up because they want to take a picture of all of us during those shifts. Yeah. All right, let's read through. Let's do this. All right, let's learn something about the musculoskeletal system together. Let's see. Developmental differences in musculoskeletal response. Several significant differences in musculoskeletal functions between children and adults have important implications for nursing care. Damage to the epiphyseal plate can disrupt bone growth. It's an area of bone weakness that is susceptible to injury through fracture, crushing, or slippage. Some bony deformities that have resulted from injury can be remodeled or straightened over time. Conversely, this can also cause some deformities to progress with growth. Because the child's bones are more pliable than an adult's, more force is required to fracture a bone, and specific forces may produce different types of fractures. Kids' bones generally heal much faster than adults. Dislocations and sprains are less common in children than adults because their soft tissues are resilient. Yeah, another sign of aging is that you keep spraining and dislocating a bunch of different things, and then you realize, oh man, I'm not as young as I used to be. And it sucks. I feel another... I was like, I feel another sneeze coming. Bless me. Bless me. Sneeze 3 out of 3. Sneeze 3 out of 3. Thank you. Oh, that sneeze, I feel like it pulled something on my back. Ooh. I remember when I used to sneeze on stream sometimes, it would pull a muscle in my shoulder or on my back. And then I realized that I am an old owl. I'm becoming old. I should not be feeling pain like this. I'm going to eat my lozenge. Blood studies include alkaline phosphatase. Alkaline phosphatase is an enzyme that is elevated in bone disease and fractures. Creatinine kinase is an enzyme that is elevated in trauma and muscular dystrophy. In science, we learned about facts like osmosis lab and nuclear membranes and other stuff that you talked about. Ooh, I remember learning about that stuff in science too. Yes, but we also learned in silence, basically. Osmosis. I love Osmosis. Osmosis Jones. I have to get back to that show. It was my childhood. We love the term osmosis. Nuclear membranes. Damn, what does that even mean? What are nuclear membranes? Nuclear membranes. Searching up. Alexa. Oh, is my Alexa even on? Oh, Alexa's dead. My Alexa died. Why is it not on? Ooh, nuclear membrane, known as the nuclear envelope, is a double-layered membrane that separates the nucleus of a cell from the cytoplasm. Oh, that's what you mean by nuclear membrane. I thought you were gonna talk about like nuclear. Oh, you're talking about like actual. Whoa, there are a lot of stuff in there inside the nuclear membrane. We got the DNA. We got the RNA. Nuclear lamina, nucleolus, outer membrane, inner membrane. I remember those days. I remember learning all of this in what was this? Biology or chemistry? One of those classes, I can't remember. Probably biology. No, chemistry? I don't know. Is this a biological one or a chemical one? I think it's biology. I think it's biology. Ah! I'm dying. 9th grade biology? Yeah, I do remember learning this in 9th grade. But I don't remember any of it now because guess what, guys? It's not of any use to you as an adult, knowing what's inside a freaking nucleus. No, I don't remember anything. I don't even remember osmosis. I do remember osmosis has something to do with drawing in of like the fluids in a certain direction. I remember that plants hydrate themselves through osmosis. The plant cells draw up the water and it goes up the cells, and that's how the plant sucks up the water from the roots. I mean, from the ground through osmosis, right? Am I correct? It's like a chain reaction. Yes, a plant hydrates itself through osmosis. It's like peristalsis, the movement of water across a semi-permeable membrane. Oh my god, I remember studying that. I remember writing those flashcards like, what is osmosis? Movement across a semi-permeable membrane. God, you're so cool. I wish you the best on the board exam. I'll be taking my board soon. Oh my goodness, good luck, Joseru. Thank you. It's not a board exam specifically. It's actually just the certification, but it's just as important. I'm also going to be getting a pay raise if I pass this exam, so I hope I get to pass this exam, and I will have extra credentials at the end of my name as well. So it'd be pretty cool. That's exactly how osmosis works. I trust your interpretation. It's like, yes, it's just the water goes from one side to the other because the cell sucks up the water and like a sponge, right? And then it just goes yoop, 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 up, up, up. Bunch of different sponges just sucking up the water all the way across the plant. Oh, thank you, Giselle. Good luck to you as well. Good luck to you. Let's study. Okay. Osteogenesis imperfecta is a group of 4 types of heterogeneous inherited disorders characterized by connective tissue and bone defects. Abnormal pre-collagen type 1 OI is the most common and mildest form of the disease. Type 2 OI is the most severe form and is characterized by multiple intrauterine or perinatal fractures, severe deformity, and commonly early death. Osteogenesis imperfecta is the most common genetic bone disease. Osteogenesis imperfecta usually arises from an autosomal dominant mutation. Autosomal dominant, not a recessive. A lot of things are recessive, but it can be recessive. It can be recessive. The exact cause remains unclear. There's a biochemical defect which causes a reduction in the synthesis of collagen. This affects all connective tissue, resulting in lax joints, weak muscles, which leads to increase in fractures whenever stress is placed on the bone. Deformities result from fractures, bowing, and growth pattern disturbances. So you would look for frequent fractures, thick skin, easy bruising. To diagnose it, they would do radiographs, evidence of previous fractures, skeletal deformities. They would do ultrasound prenatally or DNA testing for gene defects. So you would really just be assessing for a bunch of fractures. I actually took care of a kid with osteogenesis imperfecta like 2 weeks ago. He got a double femoral surgery. And he had to be in a cast exactly like this, a spica cast. It's what they call it, a spica cast. He had this exact same one right here with the bar in between the legs. You wonder, how can they survive like that? Well, they're gonna have to be in that cast for a really long time. There's a hole there so that they can like pee and stuff, but they're literally in like a full body cast. It is rough. He was such a, oh my god, he was such a cute kid, and he was so like well behaved, and he never complained about anything, and he was always just like he would always nod and just be like, yeah, I'm okay, and he never really asked for pain medicine. And when he really did ask for pain med, you could tell that he was in a lot of pain. Like, he was wincing and he was trying his best to not show that he was in pain. When I had to put a new IV in him, like, he was, you know, really sad and crying, but he was like holding it in. He's like so brave, very, very mature for his age. Not like whiny or crying or anything like that. You could tell he was like very much used to being in pain. Yeah, he was like very quiet as well, but he was very sweet. Like, he was tiny for his age too. Usually kids with the osteogenesis imperfecta are so small. They're so much smaller than what they're supposed to be. So when he talked, he had like this really cute little squeaky voice. And you know, I asked him what his favorite candy was, and he said Hershey's chocolate. Yeah, and I remember his uncle came by and brought him a bunch of toys. He had like these Nerf guns and a bunch of like trucks and things like that. He was so happy. Yeah, I just can't imagine him going home with that giant cast. Okay. Developmental dysplasia of the hip. Developmental dysplasia of the hip is a group of congenital anomalies of the hip joints, which include subluxation, dislocation, instability, and teratologic dislocation. Of the types of congenital hip abnormalities, subluxation is the most common. DGH typically is seen with other problems such as neural tube disorders. Uncorrected subluxation or dislocation may lead to permanent disability. In subluxation, there is an incomplete contact between the articular surfaces and the acetabulum and femoral head. Okay, don't really need to know that. In dislocation, there's a full loss of contact between the articular surfaces and the acetabulum and femoral head. Acetabulum? That is a funny word. Acetabulum. How do you pronounce that? Acetabulum. Acetabulum pronunciation. Acetabulum. Huh? Bulum. Acetabulum. Wait, that's how you say it? Wait, listen. Acetabulum. How do you...
Acetabulum. Acetabulum.
Acetabulum. Acetabulum. Oh my god, Google has this thing where you can practice the pronunciation. You may have mispronounced. Okay, let me try again. Acetabulum. Acetabulum. Okay, shut up. Okay, that's how you say it. Acetabulum. I learned something new today. I was gonna say acetabulum. So many medical words. Honestly. Okay, the Ortolani and the Barlow sign. Asymmetrical gluteal folds. Limping, toe walking. Centers the femoral head into the acetabulum. What is an acetabulum? That is my question. I forgot. It is also called the cotyloid cavity. Cotyloid cavity is the concave surface of the pelvis. Oh, the acetabulum is the socket. So if the femoral head is the ball, the acetabulum is the socket. Learned something new today. If someone asks you, what is the name of your hip socket? Excuse me. Your hip joint socket. It is called an acetabulum. Cool. Okay, infants from 6 to 18 months, attraction is used. Ooh, the spica cast. I see. Fracture is a break in the continuity of the bone. Common fracture sites include clavicles, humerus, in the supracondylar fractures, which occur when the child falls backwards on hands with elbows straight. There is a high chance of neurovascular complications because of the anatomic relationship of the brachial artery and nerves to the fracture site. The radius and the ulna, the femur, commonly associated with child abuse, or the epiphyseal plates. The epiphyseal plates. Epiphyseal plates. Oh, those are the epiphyseal plates are the tops and bottoms of a bone. I see. Like growth plates, that's what they are. Oh, that's a very common fracture when they fall on their elbow or they fall on their arm. Yeah. A bend fracture characterized by the bone bending to the breaking point and not straightening without intervention. Buccal fracture results from compression fracture of the bone with the bone telescoping on itself, or a green stick fracture, an incomplete fracture. A buccal fracture. A buccal fracture is... interesting. It's like when it literally is, the bone is like being pushed down in itself and it kind of bulges. Wow, buccal fractures are cool. They look really painful though. So approximate healing times for fractured femur are, for babies, if they fracture their femur, it only takes 2 to 3 weeks for them to recover. For early childhood, it's 4 weeks. For later childhood, it's 6 to 8 weeks. For adolescents, it's 8 to 12 weeks. Cool. That's crazy. A baby can heal in 2 weeks from a fracture? Cool bones. I mean, cool bones? Cool beans. I was supposed to say cool beans, but I said cool bones. But that is actually very pertinent for the situation. Cool bones, because it's cool. Because their bones are cool. Their bones are cool that they can that they can heal in 2 weeks. Wow. So appropriate for the situation that I am talking about. Cool bones. I know, right? Babies heal so fast. So fast. Pain, pulse, pallor, paresthesia, and paralysis. Infant compartment syndrome, increased pressure within a closed space rises in circulation. Why can't we have smarter brains than anyone else in the world? I want to be better. I think it's just, you just gotta practice. You gotta do something that you really love, or else your brain's not gonna stick with it. Or you gotta find a reason to like that thing. For example, you know, I didn't always like learning about like art and things. I wasn't very interested in doing specific types of art like drawings or paintings. But after watching a lot of people do drawing streams and watching total beginners become complete pros, watching anime about like artists and mangakas, it really motivates you to want to learn and get better in a certain thing. So then you'll do everything you can to become exactly that, and it'll make the learning process a lot faster. If you have a goal in mind at the end of what you really want to be, then you will achieve that goal in one way or another, because you will feel motivated and you'll feel passionate about what you're learning, and it'll just stick. Which is why the hardest things to learn are the things that you don't care about. And it's true even when you're learning about something you care about, like this exam. I love working with kids. Like pediatric nursing is one of my biggest passions. But there are so many things within the scope of medicine that I don't like learning about, right? I really don't care about certain lab values or certain like anatomical terminologies. And those are the things that you realize are the things that you miss out on test questions, and the things that you get wrong in test questions. And those are the things that you actually need to study, because you know the things that you like. That is like one thing that our test, our review coach was saying, that you should be studying things that you don't like to learn. You should be reading over the things that you don't want to read, because your brain automatically goes to the things that you know, reads the things you know, and then it provides positive feedback, like, oh, you already know this stuff, you'll be fine. And then you skip over the other stuff in the next paragraph that isn't really important, and then you realize, oh, the stuff in the next paragraph that wasn't really important actually ends up being really important. Either way, right? Right? Don't underestimate what your brain can do. Just lock in to that goal. You care and enjoy about what you're studying, and you're fortunate that you do, right? And always try to relate it to something in your life. It's a lot easier to remember things if you have experienced those things already, and you can use your experience in the testing environment. As someone who has worked with kids like my entire life, basically, a lot of these things come as common sense, but a lot of these things don't. So those are the things that I have to learn, the things that I have not seen in the hospital. So I think that I can get a lot of the medical things correct, but there are some parts of the exam that are not medical. They're all about like ethical dilemmas and developmentals. So I have to actually go through a lot of those things. Yeah, but I'm just gonna like skim through a couple of these, because it goes over like cancer and endocrine and all that sort of stuff. Piano sheet music helped your math grade back in high school? Really? What? That's so cool. Even linking stuff you didn't like to do to things you like to do was a tremendous help. How did connecting piano sheet music and math, how did that work for you? That's intriguing. One thing that I wasn't expecting that hard was the homework. I can't be more understanding of. I really want it important and consistent. Makes sense. So homework is annoying, especially once it starts to get to like college level homework. It's not the simple, oh, answer these 10 math questions and come back tomorrow and then we'll grade them. It's not like that. It's not simple repetitive stuff like that. It's like writing essays. I really sucked in writing essays. I don't know why. A lot of my professors just didn't like the way I wrote my essays. And I always second guess myself when I write my essays too. I don't know. Maybe my way of creative writing is just not sit well with a lot of people. But I like writing. It's just essays are interesting. Surprisingly for my English grade though, I got the highest grade in my English class, and I was shocked because that was the subject that gave me the most anxiety. Seriously. You can use your brain when you want to lock on. Yeah, you gotta lock on exponentially. Okay, let me just finish this chapter and then we'll take our 15-minute break. During accelerated growth after the onset of puberty, usually in 10 to 16 years in males and 12 to 14 in females, and then more common in males. Emergent. Spinal deformity that usually involves lateral curvature of the spine, spinal rotation, and thoracic hypokyphosis. Most common spinal deformity. Scoliosis may result from leg length discrepancy, hip or knee contractures, pain, trauma, neuromuscular disorders, or congenital malformations. However, it is usually idiopathic. Evidence points to the probable genetic autosomal dominant trait with incomplete penetrance or to multifactorial causes. Most cases of idiopathic scoliosis involve females. Idiopathic means there's no cause, right? Yeah. Deformity progresses during periods of growth and stabilizes when vertebral growth ceases. If significant scoliosis goes uncorrected, respiratory function is compromised and vital capacity is reduced. Eventually, pulmonary hypertension, cor pulmonale, and respiratory acidosis may develop. to prevent physical and emotional trauma related to wearing a brace. The Boston brace and the thoracolumbo-sacral thoracolumbo-sacral. Oh my god. Thoracolumbo-sacral orthosis custom molded jacket. Wow, that is a long word. I just know that it's 3 things in one because thora, like thorax, thoraco, and then lumbo, as in like lumbar, and then lumbosacral, sacral. Thoracolumbo-sacral orthosis custom molded jacket are the 2 most commonly used braces. It's also about to be 2 a.m. You mentioned earlier wanting to stop and then not sure if you want to study though. We'll go till like 3-ish. After this, I'm gonna review some of these flashcards. And we can go through them together because at least these are a lot shorter. And then I can read them and we can understand these little flashcards together. I also have, not this one. Some of these questions. We can go through these. Kate says, I mostly use time signatures to understand algebra with fractions better, as well as replacing certain numbers with notes since I pay much more attention to notes instead of a bunch of numbers. True. In algebra, I understand that. That would actually help a lot with like dividing and things like that. That's so smart. I should have done that. That's why a lot of my friends who are really good at math are like amazing at music. They're so talented in both math and music. I just wish I was talented in both too. I'm not talented in any of them. All the other parts of math I hated though. Algebra was fun, but I hated trigonometry. I hated anything to do with curves. Yeah, but algebra and all those other things I was fine with. Calculus, yeah. I just can't do math anymore. I'm sure if someone explained math again to me in a more fun way, I would really enjoy it. But now I just have a lot of trauma from my math lessons. The math anxiety and trauma is real, true. Yeah, I mean, I had good math teachers. I just feel like there were so many subjects in school that we were learning that it was so hard to focus on all of them at the same time. You know what I'm saying? When you're in school, you learn like 14 different subjects and it's so hard to focus on every single one if you have to focus on 14 different subjects. Because I remember in school we had a lot. We had English, and then we had a second language. I learned 2 second languages, and because I learned 2 second languages, I had to stay after school for one of them, like twice a week. So I had English, my 2 languages, math, all of the sciences, which were essentially biology, chemistry, physics, which are all separate classes. Then we had music, drama, art, design technology, textiles, or design technology, home economics. What else did we do? Home economics, which is basically like food and technology. It was like design technology, food technology, and like, what was it? Like sewing classes. We basically had sewing classes as well, so that's 13 subjects. And then we had PE. So yeah, that was 14 subjects, guys. Oh, and then we had our humanities as well. We had geography, philosophy, geography, philosophy, psychology, not psychology yet. Excuse me. Geography, philosophy, history. Those were the three that we had. Geography, philosophy, history class. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. These are the classes you did on PE. What's Martin's class? I'm not sure what that is. Math, science, advisory, English. Whoa, good job. Wow, you got a lot of A's there, Days. Congratulations on a lot of your A's. You are a good student. Better than me, I think. Better than my report card. Although my report card was mostly A's and B's too. Rarely I got a C. I actually did not get a single C in any of my classes. I think it was mostly A's. I got like 1 B+, but never below a B+. I was like never below a B+ kind of student. Candyman, you're not late. You're not late at all. Okay, I'm gonna continue right here. So we're talking about scoliosis. Everything is pretty much straightforward for that. Cerebral palsy. It's a group of disabilities caused by injury or insult to the brain either before or during birth or in early infancy. Cerebral palsy is the most common permanent disability of childhood. There's spastic cerebral palsy, there's dyskinetic or athetoid type, there's ataxic, and there's mixed. There's 4 different types of cerebral palsy. Spastic cerebral palsy is the most common type. Involves one or both sides of the body. Dyskinetic involves abnormal involuntary movements that disappear during sleep and increase with stress. Ataxic is manifested by a wide-based gait, rapid repetitive movements performed poorly, and disintegration of movements of the upper extremities when the child reaches for objects. And then there's the mixed or the dystonic type, which is manifested by a combination of all of them. Characteristics of spastics and athetoid cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy commonly results from existing prenatal brain abnormalities. Disabilities usually result from injury to the cerebellum, the basal ganglia, or the motor cortex. It is non-progressive, but can become more apparent as the child grows older. The most common clinical manifestation in all types of cerebral palsy is delayed gross motor development. Abnormal motor performance. Alterations in muscle tone, abnormal postures. You know, this just reminds me of this one kid I used to take care of, and she had a bunch of congenital malformations and deformities. One of them is very similar to the hypospadias that we talked about last time, but she's a female. So instead of her pee hole, because she doesn't have a pee-pee, right? Her pee hole, so for some females, even for males, their pee hole can actually anatomically be above the bladder. So it's right under her belly button was where her urine came out of. And I remember whenever we put on diapers on her, we would have to cover that area because that is where her urine came out of, right under her belly button. And she also had cerebral palsy, but one of the things that she enjoyed doing a lot were she loved crossing her legs when she laid down. Whenever she was in the crib, whenever she lay down, she would like cross one of her legs on top of the other, like she was relaxing, and I thought it was the cutest thing ever. It was like her comfort position, and it's actually one of the signs and symptoms of having like motor delay is when they like to scissor their legs like this a lot. Yeah. You remember a baby like that too, where their legs would be crossed like this? They were like very young though. It's not like a toddler. Toddlers are fine. Toddlers, they can cross their legs like that if they want to. But if an infant like scissors their legs like this a lot, that is actually a sign of abnormal posturing, leg scissoring. Yeah. It is a weird place to be at, but people are born with lots of weird things. I've seen kids born with extra thumbs. Those are the craziest things. I once took care of a baby and I didn't even notice because she wasn't even there for her extra digit. She was there for cardiac issues. And one of her cardiac issues, she was born, it was not a cardiac issue, but she was born with literally like an extra digit sticking out of her thumb right here. It was like a nub. And I remember to get rid of it, they literally just had to like, tie it off and then snip it out. Right? It sounds so hard to take care of infants just to make sure they grow up. Oh, definitely. Most definitely. You need to thank your parents. You need to thank your mother or whoever your caregivers were when you were babies, because getting up to feed you every few hours is not easy. For the first few months of your life, for the first year of your life, your caregiver literally had to wake up every 2 to 3 hours to feed you. Somebody had to feed you every 2 to 3 hours, or else you wouldn't be here. You would not be here. Every 2 to 3 hours. Can you imagine that? Could you do that every single day? Wake up and feed a child every 2 to 3 hours? Especially if you breastfeed them. Oh, those moms who breastfeed, they are on a whole nother level. Okay, so let's talk about Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. It's a group of disorders that cause progressive degeneration and weakness of the skeletal muscles. It's the most common type of muscle dystrophy in children. Duchenne's muscle dystrophy, muscle weakness is progressive and leads to death, usually in adolescence from infection or cardiopulmonary failure. It is X-linked, with one third occur from spontaneous gene mutation. Other forms are autosomal dominant or recessive. Boys are almost exclusively affected, with an occurrence of one case in every 350 live male births. So the reason why people get this muscular dystrophy is because dystrophin, a protein product in skeletal muscle, is absent. It is absent in the muscles. There's a gradual degeneration of the muscle fibers characterized by progressive weakness and muscle wasting. Clinical manifestations include obviously weakness, and specifically the pelvic girdle, delays in motor development, difficulties running, riding a bike, or climbing stairs, It's progressive as well, so the abnormal gait becomes apparent. Walking ability ceases by the time the child is around 9 to 12 years old. From a supine position, the child rolls over, kneels, and presses their hands against their ankles, shins, and knees and thighs in a climbing action to rise to a standing position. It's called Gower sign. And calf muscles are pseudo-hypertrophied. Their cardiac problems and development may be delayed or impaired. To test for this, their creatinine kinase level is increased. Muscle biopsy will show the degeneration of muscle fibers. An electrocardiogram and pulmonary function tests will establish the compromise of the heart and lungs, and electromyography findings show decrease in amplitude and duration of the motor unit potentials. Assess the child for signs of disorder progression and for complications. Monitor their temperature because children with Duchenne's muscular dystrophy are at risk for malignant hyperthermia, a potential complication for anesthesia. Maintain optimal physical mobility by facilitating maximum level of activity they can manage, changing positions every 2 hours, blah, blah, blah. Compensate for disuse syndrome. Position the child to minimize risk of contractures. Provide skincare, assess for breakdown. Encourage them to drink water. Chest PT. Develop a bowel routine. Encourage the family to blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Genetic counseling. All right, let's do these questions real quick. Good night, Jaywalk. Have a good evening. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. You got in the tradition of calling your mother on your birthday to thank you. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Make sure you say happy birthday. Is it her birthday? Say happy birthday to her for me. Yeah. Is it almost break time yet? After this. Yeah. Oh my god, Tia said that they did not sleep through the night for 9 months. Yep, that is the reality of having a child. There's no such thing as sleep, really. Okay. When a child injures the epiphyseal plate from a fracture, I'm gonna circle these. The damage may result in which of the following? Bone growth disruption. Right? Which of the following statements by a 14-year-old girl who wears a brace for structural scoliosis indicates effective use of the brace? I wonder if I can take the brace off when I go to the homecoming dance. I'll look forward to taking this thing off to take my bath every day. Definitely don't take a bath. I sure am glad that I only have to wear this awful thing at night. I'm really glad I could take this thing off whenever I get tired. Effective use of the brace. Well, they obviously have to take it off during their bath, but they definitely can't do it during homecoming dance. They have to wear it every day, all day, part of the day, and they should not remove it even when they're tired. The brace should be removed only for 1 hour every 24-hour period for hygiene and skincare. Although physical appearance and social activities with peers are important, the brace should not be removed during these times. Wearing the brace at night would be true only after their radiologic studies show that the spine has bone marrow maturity and the adolescent has weaned from the brace. Okay. Which of the following is the most common form of treatment for Duchenne's, DDH in children under 6 months? DDH stands for, developmental dysplasia of the hip. That's what it was. Which of the following is the most common form of treatment for the hip dysplasia for children under 6 months? It's the Plavlik harness. Wow, they got this wrong. They should say the answer is 2 because the Plavlik harness is the most common treatment for DDH in this age group. And then it says 3, but Plavlik harness is number 2. They're wrong. When assessing a neonate for developmental dysplasia of the hip, DDH, the nurse would expect to assess which of the following? A neonate. Ortolani sign. Because I remember Ortolani is out and Barlow's is in. So O for out, which means that they flex and they abduct it. And then the Barlow sign is when they push it down. They push the knees down like this. So I don't know. So this is like the knees. These are the knees. They push down the knees like this. That's the Barlow side, and the hip becomes dislocated if they push it down like this. And then the Ortolani sign is they flex it. They flex the hip like this, and they put a little bit of pressure, and then it relocates itself. It slips back in. So this dislocates it, and this relocates it. I'm not smart. I'm dumb. My brain is frying. My brain is frying. Okay. Which of the following would the nurse do to best assess a mother's ability to care for her child who requires the use of a Pavlik harness? Have the mother verbalize the purpose for using the device. Request a home health care visit after discharge. Have the mother remove and reapply the harness before discharge. Aha, that one. Demonstrate the mother how to use. I think yeah. Definitely have the mother do it. Remove and reapply the harness. Which of the following is a priority nursing action for a child immediately after application of a spica cast? Perform neurovascular checks, elevate the cast, cover the perineal area, keep the cast dry. Perform the neurovascular checks, obviously. Which of the following is the most common permanent disability in childhood? Cerebral palsy. Which of the following statements made by the mother of a 4-month-old child would indicate that the child may have cerebral palsy? I'm very worried because my baby has not rolled all the way over yet. My baby's left hip tilts when I put him to a standing position. My baby won't lift his head up and look at me. He's so floppy. He holds his left leg so stiff that I have a hard time putting on his diapers. I think it's 3. Floppy head. Which of the following usually is the first indication of Duchenne's muscular dystrophy? Inability to suck in the newborn, lateness in walking in the toddler, difficulty running in the preschooler, or decreasing coordination in the school-age child. Decreasing coordination. Besides assessing neurological status immediately after Harrington rod instrumentation and spinal fusion for an adolescent with scoliosis, the nurse should be concerned with which of the following factors before assessing a neurological status? Understanding the procedure, comfort level, physical therapy needs. I think it's understanding the procedure. Approximately how many weeks does it take for a fractured femur to heal in a 3-year-old? Okay, so I know that it was 2 to 3 weeks for an infant, 3 to 5 weeks for a young child. So I guess like 3 to 5 weeks? 4 weeks. Nice, I was right. Okay. So I got this right, this right, this right, this right. So then it goes 3, 1, 2, 3. 3, 1, 2, 3. And then 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4. The rules are not noticed until 3 to 5 years. Usually weakness starts with the pubertal, difficulty running in the preschooler, not diagnosed in infant or toddler, period. And sucking is not diminished coordination is not the first sign. Oh, it is usually evidenced as difficulty running. It's this one. Okay. And it is not noticed until 3 to 5 years. With pelvic girdle evidence of difficulty running in the preschooler. Okay. And then 1. Nope, the answer is 2. Comfort level. Instrumentation, smell fusion cause considerable pain. Therefore, the adolescent needs rigorous pain management and involved assessment. Okay, makes sense. All right, brain break. All right, gonna take a little bit of a break now. Break time. Okay, what did they say? Would you rather be in science to study the economics or study the animal fundamentals? Or study the animal fundamental physics? My favorites, if you're asking me what my favorite science is, it's chemistry and biology. I love anything to do with learning about the human body, even animals. I also love learning about like cells and the reaction to different things, like your body's reaction to different things. I actually was very interested in forensic science for a really long time, and I wanted to learn how to become like a medical examiner or even a mortician or even a like a forensic investigator, a forensic scientist for like crime scenes. Yeah, those are some of what I'm interested in. So that includes both chemistry and biology, because you not only have to look as the human body as a whole, but you also have to understand like the chemical compounds of the human body, and also of the certain things that may have affected the human body. So right, in like crime scenes, you know, there are uses of certain like weapons, or even like gunshot residue is very much a chemical thing. Like you have to understand the type of residue, what is the gunshot residue made of, like what are the chemical compounds in that. Also with like certain poisonings, like lead poisoning, how does that affect the body, or even medication poisonings. So by the way, it's 2 a.m. You mentioned wanting to stop at around 2. Oh, I'm gonna stop at 3, Milky. Yeah. The sheer focus of this owl is unmatched. No, I feel like I would focus more, but since I'm streaming, I also want to keep you guys entertained. It's actually really funny. I was on a call with my friends the other night. We were booking our flights to go to France in January, because I'm going to France for a ski trip at the end of Jan. And one of my really, really good friends who I went to Puerto Rico with, she said she stopped by one of my streams. Like I can't remember when, but she said she stopped by one of my study streams, and she told me that she was thoroughly impressed. She was very, very impressed with how I was able to continue chatting and entertaining chat while still studying my materials. So she was just like, wow, I was so impressed with how you were still able to chat with your audience and keep them entertained and engaged while you were still studying. And I was like, but was I really studying? Did any of that information get retained? I don't know. We'll never know. Right? So I don't know, these kind of streams are kind of chill too. I know that they are very much not everybody's cup of tea, but I don't know. I like the quieter moments sometimes, because it gives me an opportunity to speak out my thoughts and have a more intimate one-on-one time with a lot of you guys, and read everybody's comments, so you guys can really just like say anything you want in the chat and I'll engage with it. And, it's not something that I have to focus all my attention on, especially during like the Zatsu moments. I can just, read what you guys are saying and ask questions and get to know you guys more. Because, when I'm playing a game or doing karaoke or other things, I'm like very much focused on other things except for you guys, right? Well, I'm still focused on you guys, but I have like other tasks that I need to complete. But I love my Zatsus because I get to know everybody individually. I feel like I've gotten to know a lot of you guys already because you guys show up every single time, and it just impresses me. It makes me really happy too. On days when I'm like really sad and I realize, oh my god, I'm not doing so great in life. I remember all of my lovely pillows are out there still waiting for me, and they show up to every stream. So if you guys are able to show up on every stream, then I have to make it my mission to work hard so I show up to every stream too. It's not fair to you guys if I don't do the same. Yeah. Can you think of some times that skills learned from streaming have helped IRL? It really has just improved my conversation skills. I think I used to not have really good fluidity in my speech. Maybe my public speaking hasn't been great. I've always been really shy in speaking in front of a crowd or speaking in front of random strangers that I've met. But now that I have streamed for a while now, I've come to understand my way of thinking, my way of speaking, my way of engaging with other people. And that helps a lot when I am going out, socializing with other people, even hanging out with friends and family. I guess it gives me a framework as to how I should interact with other people, except it's very different when I interact with people outside. But at the same time, not really that different. People say when I chat with them in real life that they really enjoy hearing me talk, and they enjoy hearing my stories. I also love listening to other people's stories. So the only difference between chatting and socializing on stream versus chatting and socializing in real life is that in real life I also have to listen to what other people are saying. So I get to shut up and be quiet for a while and actually listen and ask questions. But here I have to kind of keep the conversation going by chatting most of the time, like 80% of the time. Although I do like to read your comments, and I do read every single one of your comments as much as I can, and I engage with the ones that I think will help with the conversation, or help change the conversation or improve engagement, right? I don't know. It's still a learning game for me. I still don't really understand how I speak. I don't think my speech is very fluid. I don't think I'm very fluent, and I don't think I'm a very eloquent speaker. I want to improve my way of speaking so that I sound less stupid. That's all I really want to take from this, is to sound less stupid in real life. But yeah. It's helped in my job. It's helped me become more confident in talking, and there are some days where my brain literally is like a fart bag and it feels like it's completely deflated. If my brain was full of farts, if my brain was a whoopee cushion, then there are some days where that whoopee cushion is completely deflated. My brain is just full of farts and then empty of the farts. And then when I go to work and when I converse with my patients and their parents, sometimes I'm like, what the heck am I even saying? Like, sometimes I will say the weirdest things and not understand a single thing I am saying to them. It's just so robotic at that point. And then when I leave the room, I hit myself in the head because I'm just like so embarrassed about what I said because it made me sound like a complete idiot. So my goal with streaming is to try my best to not sound like a complete mess up or a complete muck up of an idiot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Days asks, what are some things that you will always get to ask? What are some ways that you can help getting some questions and quality to get your facts in? How do you socialize? Well, you really have to steer the conversation towards whoever is spearheading it at that point. I feel like socializing is almost like passing on a torch to another person. But the problem is you don't want to hold onto that torch for too long, or else you are going to burn your hands, right? So you have to pass that torch on to someone else. It's like a game of hot potato. You can't be holding the torch the entire time, unless, of course, the people keep handing the torch back to you, and you will understand that through their body language and the way that they ask you more questions and they're like very engaged in your conversations. In that case, if people really do want to hand the torch to you, then continue holding that torch and keeping that flame alive, right? But if you realize that there are people who really want to hold on to that torch, you should give that torch to them, all right? There are moments where you really want to hold on to that torch, but you shouldn't make that your habit. You should always remember that the best way to socialize with others is to be a good listener. And that is the number one thing. That is actually the first principle, or almost like the first almost habit that I had to learn as an elementary schooler. I remember our principal back in the day, he used to tell us at every assembly from when I was in kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, or like year 1 to year 6. Every single assembly, he reminded all of us to be good listeners. And at the time, as a little kid, I thought what he meant as being a good listener meant listen to your parents, listen to your teachers, be obedient. All right? Because as a kid, you don't know what it means to listen to others. Empathetic listening is something that you only develop when you're a lot older, right? Even as an adolescent, you don't really understand empathetic listening. But only as an adult, I finally realized and finally understand what it means to be a good listener. Especially now, since my job is 99% listening to other people, listening to their stories, to their ailments, to their traumas, to their life stories, right? I've developed ways of engaging, of replying. There are certain like defaults that I'll go to. Like if someone tells me, oh my God, I lost a child, like, you know, my default would be like, I'm so sorry you went through that. Like, that must have been absolutely horrific for you. Like, I cannot imagine you have going through something like that. You know, there's ways of talking that you learn in school, right? There are certain empathetic ways of talking so that you don't offend a person. But then there are ways that you have to add your own personal flair to it. So you can't always follow a textbook. You just have to be you. And my number one tip for anyone who wants to learn how to become more social, but also to become a person of like certain virtues. Perhaps you want to be kinder. Perhaps you want to be more empathetic. Perhaps you want to have a softer way of talking to other people. My number one tip is to surround yourself with those kind of people. If you observe there's a certain person that you work with that you think is so kind, and you just feel this absolute aura of warmth enveloping you whenever you talk to this person, and you always feel like you're being taken care of, try to be like that person. And I'm so lucky that I get to be surrounded by all these amazing nurses who are literally the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by people in a profession where your main job is to help others. So, of course, their personalities are going to be great. Well, most of the time, not all of the time. I obviously have been in toxic environments, but I will say that 70% of the time, the people I work with are absolute angels. And my dream is to become like them, to become smart like them, to become as kind, to become as, to become as, it's not courteous, but like as good as a listener as them. I don't want to use the word empathetic again or too much, but exactly that. I want to be exactly like them, where it feels like they're just, that you just feel really, really safe when you're hanging around them. So surround yourself with really, really nice people. Or even come to Athi streams. If you want to learn how to become a better person, come join me. We'll learn how to become better people together. Because, you know, we've had our bad moments. We've had our fair share of nasty moments, mean moments, uncalled for moments. But as long as you're aware of what you're doing, then, and you don't repeat those mistakes again, then it's okay, you know? You study psychology, you're lucky to be surrounded by good listeners. Isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic? That in your line of work, you're surrounded by certain personality types. If you're a teacher, you're obviously surrounded by a lot of amazing educators, and also fantastic listeners, I'm sure, because they're teachers. Yeah. As nurses, I'm surrounded by people who want to make sure that you're okay. So every time I'm at work, there's always someone there who's asking you, are you okay? Do you need help? And I love that. I love that about my job, is that there's always somebody who's willing to help you no matter what situation you're in. The smallest little thing, like, oh, can you go grab me a bottle of water? Or I can't go do that in one room. Like, I don't have enough time to go do that in that room right now. Can you go and give that pain med for me? And people are willing and actually want to help you. Sometimes I'm so bored at work that I'm like, please let me do something for you. And I know people have trust issues, but I want to be a type of person that people can trust. And that's another thing that you should really consider is like, are you a type of person that people can trust? Right? It's very important that you maintain a level of trust with people. And that means that you have to put that amount of effort to complete your promises and to go through with your promises. And don't be that type of person who says you're going to do something, but you don't actually do it. That's like the worst kind of betrayal, is actually saying that you'll do it and then not actually doing it. Don't take advantage of other people as well. Don't take advantage of the people who are gullible, because that's just not good for your morals. It'll eventually wear you out. I'm happy that Athi's surrounded by kind people. I'm also surrounded by such an amazing community here in my streams. Like the Pill Owls. Several of you have come and gone throughout the years, but it's so amazing to see how many of you have stayed since the very beginning. Like all of these amazing names in the chat that I could say out loud right now, but you know who you guys are. Right? You guys are the ones who show up on to as many streams as you can. Not every single stream. Like, I don't expect you guys to show up at every single stream, but just making your presence known, lurking, engaging with my posts, even just the smallest little things makes me really happy. And I could tell how you guys are like just by the way that you chat. Just by the way you interact with me. And you may be lying 100% because I can't tell. You're not in front of me, or I don't know what you guys look like or sound like. And you could totally be using ChatGPT to be automating everything that you're saying in the chat. But all I could say is that, damn, ChatGPT is really sweet. ChatGPT must be really, really kind, because a lot of the things you say are really kind, really motivating, and not concerning to me at all. Unlike some people who pop into the chat and say some scary things from time to time. But I haven't had a lot of that. I have a very well-behaved chat. Very proud of you guys for that. Right? The Pillows are so chill. The Pillows are such an amazing community. I love hearing, especially from you guys, stories of your achievements and of your own like personal goals. Like, I know a lot of you guys are studying for something right now. You guys are in school or doing certifications or boards or things like that. That's amazing to hear, and I would love to know what the outcomes of those are, whether you fail them or you pass them. I hope that you definitely pass them, and I know you will. or whether it be like a celebration or some big event in your life. I love hearing about that as well. Like Nier talking about losing weight, going through a very stressful surgery. Like those are the things that make us human. And at the end of the day, those are the things that make our interactions more real. Because I could totally just bounce off of chat for every little thing that you say. But hearing from your own personal experiences also makes it more of a realistic experience for both of us, and a more comfortable experience, a more, I would say, it would increases our bond, the strength of our bond. Yeah, I love it. We're just chilling, exactly. And my alarm just went off, so we are going to finish off the stream with just reading through some flashcards. I give you a lot of core memories. I'm glad. I have a lot of things that go through my mind, and my pillows are definitely one of them. You guys are always on my mind every day. I always think to myself, okay, what am I gonna do this week that'll make my pillows happy? But don't worry, once I finish this exam, or once I take this exam, it'll be back to like the old fun stuff. Wasn't yesterday's stream a lot of fun? Wasn't I a little bit crazy yesterday? That's the type of crazy that I want to maintain in a lot of my streams. That's the type of crazy Athy that I want to portray, the crazy unhinged Athy that I want to portray in a lot of my streams. Yesterday's stream was great. Wasn't it so fun? It was exciting. How many brain farts did I have? 100 bazillion gajillion. That's how many brain farts I had. And then I feel like what I'm saying is not what I'm thinking. Do you ever get that feeling? It's that brain rot brain. I think my brain has rotted so much to the point that there is absolutely no connection between what I'm saying and what I'm thinking. That's how rotten my brain is. Yeah. So be careful with the brain rot trend, guys. You don't want yourself to rot. Don't be like me. I have to like go through these, but I didn't get to talk about my favorite TV show. I wanted to talk about Fallout. Okay, we'll do like a quick chat about Fallout and then end the stream. But did you guys watch it? It was really cool. I really liked all of the effects and everything. I loved, I personally liked how they designed the bunker. And I liked the whole concept of like the bunkers being like, I don't want to spoil, but you know what I mean. They're experimental in a way. Like these bunkers are all different experiments, and like I love the community that was in the bunker, where they teach everybody that it's, you know, they teach all this like conflict resolution. It's almost like they're being brainwashed. It's like a cult. It is a cult. Like they were brought up in a cult. And when the main character Lucy comes up to the surface and starts talking to all these people there, and then she starts reciting things from like textbook, almost like a Girl Scout or like a Cub Scout manual of how to resolve these conflicts and what are things that are morally correct and morally incorrect through the handbook. It just reminded me so much of like, you know, those video games like BioShock, where everything is like you have to follow the rules. Big Brother is watching you, right? 1984 kind of vibes. Vault Dollar interacting with the Wasteland's denizens and being woefully out of touch, right? It's such a classic Fallout staple, where they're so naive and doe-eyed about the whole world and about everything, that they're just, yeah, it's so interesting to see. You're adding that to your watch list. You would definitely love it. You will definitely love it. It was pretty good. I know people are a bit hesitant when they first saw trailers, especially longtime fans of the series, but it was a pretty decent adaptation. See, I've never played the game, so I wouldn't know how accurate it is to the original games. find the Brotherhood. The whole Brotherhood thing is also another interesting world that they didn't really explore that much. I wish, well, hopefully in like the next season, I wish that they could explore like the whole Brotherhood thing more, because I feel like it was just very much like a side plot for one of the main characters. I'm also interested to see what the rebellion people are like. Yeah, there's so many questions for this show. I had more questions than answers at the very end. Yeah. Though you don't need to know the game. Yeah. It kind of reminded me of when I worked at a summer camp. Because we were in like a very closed off community. You know, the only people you know are the people who are on the campus. And every day we would have to wake up, do the same thing, recite the same things, eat the same things, go to bed at the same time. Cult life is so interesting. I'm like fascinated with movies and TV shows about cults. Actually, those may be one of my favorite genres of like horrors and thrillers. I love cult horror and cult thriller. Like Midnight Mass was one of my favorite TV shows when it came out on Netflix. It's very much about a cult. I recently watched, I also love stuff about like witchcraft and those kind of things. I recently watched a very classic horror movie, The Witch. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that one. I think it came out like 2016 or 2014, I can't remember. That was really good too. The settings and the historical accuracy of everything was just so great to see. I am very sleepy-ish. I wish. Wow. I also really liked. If you watch that, definitely check out Silo. That is the TV show that I watched right after. It's also a dystopian show. It's about a bunch of people. There are like 10,000 people who live inside this silo. It's not a silo above ground, but it's a silo below the ground, and it's called that because it has a very like vertical like structure. It's very like thin. It's like very wide, but there's like a center. The center of the silo has like this giant staircase, and that's how people travel between the floors. So I think the silo itself has like 150 floors, and within those 150 floors there are 10,000 people living there, and obviously the people who have the lowest socioeconomic status live on the bottom. They call them the bottom dwellers, and then the people who are obviously more affluent and are in charge of everything live at the top. They're called the up toppers or something like that. And one of the rules of this place is that there are no mechanical ways of getting up and down the silo. So there are no elevators, no escalators, nothing mechanical that can help someone go between floors fast. So when a person goes from like the 4th floor to, let's say, the 50th floor, it can take a couple of days. So those journeys that they take in between floors, they sometimes have to like stop on other floors and stay in a hostel and then resume like their journey all the way down. So it can actually take multiple days to get to the bottom because there is no other way to get to the bottom other than the stairs. And that actually is a rule for a reason. And you will understand why. And it is like, there's like this whole conspiracy behind like what is really outside. Because what happens is when another rule of like the silo is that people cannot say that they want to go outside, because as soon as someone says, I want to go outside, then that means that they will that means that their brain has told them that they are curious about the outside, and the punishment for literally saying, even just accidentally saying, I want to go outside, the punishment is that they will literally send you outside, because they don't want anybody to get that idea of like being curious of what is outside the silo. So when these people get sent out to clean, they call them like the cleaners, because outside there's like one camera, and that camera does like a panoramic view of what is outside the silo, and it looks like a wasteland. And sometimes the lens can get a little bit dusty. So every once in a while, they'll send out their criminals and their prisoners to go clean. But every single time someone goes out there, they die. Because the air there is like poisonous or something, even though they're wearing like these suits. They're supposed to be wearing like these protective suits. As soon as they go out, they have just enough oxygen to clean the lens on the camera. And as soon as they turn and they start walking towards like a hill, most of them don't make it past the hill. Most of them don't even make it past the tree that's right before the hill. And in the beginning, like one of the characters thinks that everything is a lie, and that actually everything outside the silo is actually still luscious and green, and the camera is distorting everything that they're seeing. Like, she had this theory that the camera was actually just showing like a filtered version of what is really outside, like CGI version of the outside, so it's not real. But the problem is, I'm not gonna waste it. I'm not gonna spoil it. Like, I'm not gonna tell you guys what happens at the end, because you have to watch the whole thing to understand. But the entire time they make you think, oh my god, they're trapped there for a reason, but outside is actually normal. But is it actually normal? Yeah. You keep getting recommended that one. You should watch it. It's good. Do you guys know any other post-apocalyptic TV shows or movies that I should watch? I've run out at the moment, and I don't really know where to go next. And I do want to watch something very soon. I need something to fill that void. Snowpiercer movie and the show are also kind of like that. I'll definitely check that out, Goldfire. I think I watched this a while ago now that you explained all of this. Really, Jessica? It's called The Silo. Have you seen it? It's on Apple TV. I know for certain I haven't watched this, but it sounds somewhat familiar. I wonder if the show takes inspiration from other stories. I think it's based off like a book series called The Silo, but I think the theme of it is so familiar. It is reused. It is literally the Fallout thing. It is the same plot as Fallout, where there's just like a bunch of people inside a bunker, and then they keep telling the people that outside is poisonous, and every time they send people out into the outside world, they die. But when they see it through the camera, is it real? Is it really them dying, or is it just a simulation of them dying? You know? Hi, Leg! Oh my god, what the heck are you doing? Why are you here so late? We all should be sleeping. Gosh, we all should be sleeping. Yeah. Is this the movie where Italy women run the society? No. It's not that. The mayor was a woman, though. Have you watched The Last of Us? Yeah, I finished The Last of Us. I watched all the video game playthroughs when PewDiePie was playing it. And I watched the TV show as well with my friends when it came out. I remember Pedro Pascal became very popular because of it. And even my friends who never played the video game really got into the series. The Last of Us is fantastic. I love it. I already know the story about it too. You don't go to bed until 5 a.m. You work night shift? Me too. Like, but we should try to get a normal sense of life. I've been enjoying the day shift lately too. It's been my week off from work, so it's been nice to experience what it's like to not be a freaking night owl basement dweller. I feel like I'm a basement dweller because I never leave my house. Actually, Mama Athi forced me to leave the house today to go soak up some sun, quote unquote. We literally went out during the sunset at around 5 p.m. and we sat outside for like a good 30 minutes, and she was like, we need to soak up more sun. You need to soak up more sun. You don't go out in the sun ever, only on vacations. And I was like, yeah, it's true. I don't ever go out in the sun. Who needs to go out in the sun? You love the night you wish things were open though because you want 1 a.m. boba? Me too. Oh my god, like I wish I could be your roommate because I would move to somewhere where things would be open all the time and I would get 1 a.m. boba with you like every single night. Or we could buy like a boba making kit and we'd make our own boba at home. I wish like it was my roommate. You'd be like my favorite roommate because we had literally loved the exact same things. Yeah, lower cost of living too. Okay, you know the only way I would justify living in a place like that is if I would be able to work remote for the rest of my life. Actually, I had a thought in my mind too. If I ever do make it as like a streamer full time or a content creator full time. I would actually love to move to a place that is obviously cheaper. I don't live in the cheapest place right now. It is mad expensive. But obviously the wages are much, much lower if I move to a place that has a lower cost of living. But I wouldn't mind because I would work at a hospital there, probably per diem, still earn like an extra salary, maybe work once a week or so. And I don't think it would like really hurt my work schedule at all. And then I would be able to enjoy kind of like that remote living life, but live in a place that is cheaper, but still has access to important things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Am I an upper class or a lower class? Are you talking about financially? I am definitely not upper class. I wish if I were upper class, I would not be doing this right now. I would not be working as a nurse. No, if we were rich, if people were rich, they would not be nurses. They would be living their life, not having to wipe people's butts. We're very much like comfortably in the middle class. Very, very comfortably in the middle class. Nothing more, nothing less. At one point we were very much below, but I don't think we've ever been above middle class. We're not even upper middle class at this point. We're very much middle class. We can't even afford, we don't even own a house. That's how kind of like screwed we are with our financial futures. We don't own any property anywhere in the world, so we have been renting our entire lives. Yes, and if I plan to settle down somewhere, I'm gonna have to save up a heck ton. Because none of my family members own properties anywhere. Well, my extended family does, but none of my parents own any houses anywhere. So if I do move somewhere, I have to like rent for the rest of my life. That's okay. I know a bunch of people. I could probably stay with them for a bit. You live in a city with a 300K house? Oh my god, I could probably buy a house if it was like below 300K. I could definitely buy a house if it's below that. You have a bunch of hospitals and you don't like remote. You don't like remote work? Yeah, I understand. They're building so many hospitals out there. Were my parents immigrants? Yes, we are owl immigrants. We came from the owl lands and we moved to the big forest here. A lot of people here are actually immigrants. They don't actually come from this place. So we come from the owl lands. And actually, before I go to Japan, I'm actually visiting my home in the owl lands as well for a week. So, visiting my extended family in the owl lands. But I actually moved here to this town. When did I move to this town? This owl forest. I moved to this forest 8 years ago? Yes, 8 years ago I moved to this owl forest. But I was isekai'd literally this year. But if you want to know specifically where I relocated to, yes, it was 8 years ago when I relocated to this new lands of the United States of the Owl Americas. The United States of Owl America. That's what we call it. The Owl Lands, yeah. Does that mean you were hit by a truck being isekai'd? Yes. I was not hit by a truck being isekai'd. It was like the old-timey way of being hit by a truck, except I was hit by a bunch of artillery shells, and same thing happened. Not truck-kun, artillery shell-kun, and was kablooied into another world. Yeah, same thing. I exploded, right? I exploded. The metal hit me. The same thing. The truck is made of metal. The metal hits you. You explode in front of the truck. Except I got exploded by some smaller things. I exploded. Yeah, exploded. Right. Well, that's true. A truck did hit me in one of my karaoke streams recently, so I got re-isekai'd. How many times can I isekai myself? And what happens if a character just keeps getting re-isekai'd into different worlds? Nobody has explored that concept yet. I'm patenting this idea right now. The time I got reincarnated and reincarnated and reincarnated. That is the name of this is the name of my light novel. The time I got reincarnated. It is a story about a person who starts out in the human world, normal world, that gets reincarnated in another world, but then dies in that world and then gets reincarnated in another world. And in every world they go to, it is completely different from the last. And it's so unfortunate. There's an isekai where the guy got isekai like 100 times. No! They stole my idea! There's an SCP like that called Reluctant Dimension Hopper. But except they're not, well, I guess because they are reluctantly hopping, right? Reluctantly, it's against their will. But it would be really interesting to explore the different isekai worlds that this person goes to. And imagine they get isekai'd, but then in every one of their worlds, another person of their harem joins them somehow. It's kind of like what's that anime where that person like dies and like unfortunately dies, like they have like really bad luck and they end up dying. I can't remember. It's not ReZero. It's not Konosuba, but something like that, where the main character has like really bad luck, and as soon as they think that they're gonna be really lucky and they're gonna live out their life and they're gonna have a great time, they spend like a few years in that isekai world. They meet friends, and just when their life is hitting the peak, all of a sudden they get re-isekai to a new world. But in some cases, the people that they were with in that old world get isekai'd with them to the next world, and so those people get really confused, and you just have this good group of friends that go isekai hopping in between different worlds. Can you imagine that? That'd be so crazy. There's a manga that keeps getting reincarnated. Every time he meets the goddess, he gets a new power. Ooh, that would be cool too. I think there's actually a light novel manga out already. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure somebody already took the idea. It's like, what happens if you had infinite isekai like reincarnations? But are the worlds different? Like the first isekai world he goes to is like the traditional isekai world that's very like folklore-y and almost like 1600 medieval style. And then the next isekai world he goes to is like a freaking like cyberpunk type sci-fi world. And then the next isekai world he goes to is literally a world where everybody is a freaking blob and lives on a planet, and they just like eat other blobs to survive, where he literally becomes a slime. Yeah, you want to be isekai but be as a little cat? Oh my god, that would be so cute. Yeah, imagine being like a cat in an isekai world. Your life would be so perfect. Imagine being isekai'd. I just kept thinking when you thought of little cat, I was like, imagine if you were isekai'd as like one of the Nekopara cats. That would be a little bit questionable. But if I did get isekai'd as a cat girl, I'd want to look like one of the Nekopara cats. I was reincarnated as a house cat, but still had the memories of a human. That'd be a little bit concerning. Somebody is definitely gonna twist that into some sort of like R18, like very sussy show. Because somebody already twisted the fact that somebody got reincarnated as their classmate's dog, and they made it like a very sussy manga, and then it became an anime. It's like the time I got reincarnated as something, the name of his classmate's dog. And yeah, there's an anime that came out with it. And so the guy, he literally becomes reincarnated as his classmate's dog. And obviously, like, he snoops around and a lot of perverted things kind of happen. Like them taking baths together and him like catching her changing and things like that. Because I will be real with you, I have literally like been in the toilet with my dog. He will be scared and he will be in there like on the mat, and I will literally be using the bathroom with my dog just watching. No, I don't care, it's my dog. But then when you think about it, it's like, what if like somebody got reincarnated as the dog and they still have like their memories from their past life? Or what if it's like someone you know that's now in the body of your dog? Right? You want to be a cloud? That would be fun. You can piss on everybody, Cade. Be a cloud and pee on everybody. Whenever you're mad, just pee. Pee it out. When you're angry, you can lightning bolt and smite them all to death. Yeah. There's also this one where this guy gets sent to a hero's party of 100 worlds. He helps each party and speed runs to get them to kick him out of the party so he can go to the next. That sounds so interesting. What is that one called, Noah? What is that one called? Yeah. Dog, cat, sword, vending machine. Is that what you want to be reincarnated as? We don't talk about that show. Yeah, we don't talk about it. Okay, stop. You guys, that show was so sussy. I think the sussiest part of that manga is that after a certain point in the story, he gets to be human again, and there's still pet play because of the that is literally pet play. Holy shit. Your dog is a 40-year-old married accountant. My dog is an old man. My dog in human years is like 50-something years old. So he's literally an oji-san at this point. Looks at that suspiciously. Are you actually a 40-year-old man in my pet's body? Oh yeah, it is definitely pet play in Inukai. Inukai-san, that was crazy. I remember reading that manga with Nor back in the day when we were reading a bunch of sussy manga. We were reading the one about the sweat. The girl who has a fetish for smelling people's sweat. We read Inukai. Were those the only two we read? What else did we read that was pretty sussy? Well, imagine if they made an anime of the girl who was like obsessed with smelling people's sweat. I mean, if they made one of Inukai, I wonder if they were gonna make this one. Either way, speaking of anime adaptations, they're gonna make an anime adaptation of one of my favorite manga of all time. It's called Kowloon. What is it called? Kowloon Romance? Wait. Generic Romance. It's called Kowloon Generic Romance. I urge you guys to read it. It is probably one of my favorite manga of all time. It is set in like, first of all, the setting is like absolutely amazing. I'm obsessed with the setting. It's set in like the Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong. And it's the same mangaka as After the Rain. So the art, first of all, absolutely stunning. Beautiful, beautiful art. And then it's set in like the setting of the walled city. So there's like this almost dystopian vibe about it. But at the same time, it's realistic because it actually was something that used to exist. So it's kind of crazy to kind of see this history of like, oh my God, people used to live in this very dystopian kind of vibe. I also really like the little homages to like the culture and like the way people dress and all the little like, just like all the cultural references in there are really cool. And yeah, it's like about the romance of these two people. It's like really, really, really sweet romance. Kind of, I wouldn't say like a slow burn romance, but it's a very adult romance. So if it's not like the typical rom-com romance, it's very much like an adult. If you like stuff like Makoto Shinkai's older works, kind of like the Garden of Words romance, that's what the vibe is like in terms of their relationship. But then there's like a whole underlying mystery throughout the entire series. There is like what you know is not really what you know, or what you think is not really what you think. Everything in this world could be a lie. There are some supernatural elements to it as well. Things that like people they can't control in the series. And then there's these like little mysteries start to unfold little by little. There's like themes about like memories and brainwashing and like certain things, like using products that can cause you to like conform, like conformity and things like that. It's like very much like the Big Brother vibe. Like there's like a big authoritative person that is controlling everything in the city, and that it also explores that concept on top of like the whole romance between the two main characters. It's really cool. The atmosphere is really great. They also casually drop some sci-fi bits. Right, exactly. There are some sci-fi bits to it. It is very much that. Anyways, I digress. I urge you to go check that out. And then what else did I finish watching lately? So I finished watching Fallout. I finished watching The Silo. I was watching a bunch of horror films. I saw that on Prime Video. They had the Terrifier movies on there, and I read the reviews for the Terrifier, and I was not about to be watching that by myself at like 4 a.m. in complete darkness, because I know after reading the spoilers for the movie, apparently some people threw up during the screening for the Terrifier 2 specifically. There were some people that literally could not make it through the entire movie. It's that awful. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a bad movie, but I'm saying that the stuff that they do in the movie is gruesome beyond any type of comprehension. It's bizarre. When I was reading the descriptions of what people were saying happened in certain scenes, it's like worse than Human Centipede. It's worse than Final Destination. It's... oh my god, I don't even want to think about it because it's gonna make me want to throw up. You watch those? Please, I urge you, do not watch The Terrifier unless you are into gore. And specifically, like, really, really horrifically gut-wrenching, I'm gonna throw up all my guts gore. Like, they conjure up the most ridiculous situations for that film. Don't. Just do yourself a favor and read the reviews and read the spoilers before you watch it. So go on Reddit, type in, should I watch Terrifier 2? Or what is the Terrifier 2 about? Can you spoil the scenes for me? Spoil the gruesome scenes for me. And read what the people have to say about the gruesome scenes that happen during the film. Because some of them, I'm telling you, are like pretty gruesome, even just from reading them, from what people have said. Yeah, definitely don't watch it. Just read about it. Just read about it. That's what I do. When there's a movie that's like really scary like that, I would rather read about it than watch it. Yeah. Oh, you've seen the first? Oh, you've seen the first? Oh god, the second movie's gonna be 10 times worse. I'm telling you, vsinger, it's gonna be 10 times worse. I could just watch the highlights and call it a day. Maybe not even watch the highlights because they're still kind of kind of bad. They're still kind of bad. Anyways, oh my god, I got so distracted. I feel like I want to do Zatsu streams forever and ever and ever and talk about these kind of movies, but I have to sleep because I still have to get back into like a day schedule because my exam is on the day shift, so I can't sleep for too late. But I will call it a successful study stream because I did get to at least do my questions and then read one chapter. But tomorrow I'm really gonna have to focus on reading up on these flashcards. I think all of the knowledge is there. It's just certain things like about the ethics and stuff that I have to like really just brush up on. But I think if I just read these two, I think I'll be good. And then I have one more test bank that I can practice. It's 100 questions, but it doesn't give you rationales. So I have like a 100 question test bank that I'm gonna take right before I finish, right before I actually do my final exam. So I think it'll be good because I still have 2 more days until my exam. Yeah. Well, as long as knowledge was definitely gained from you guys too. You guys taught me a lot today. Yeah, I hope you guys had a chill time. Thank you for joining me for this long study session again. I really enjoy our long Zatsus. I could go on and on and on about a lot of different things. I have so many fun ideas I want to splurt out and just give my opinions on, and you guys are there to be my lending ear. And even little Chibi Abby is really happy that all of you guys are able to join me on stream every single time. And I know I say it every single stream that I'm so grateful that you guys are here, but I will continue to say it every single time without fail because it's true. And I have to thank you every single time for being here. Because that's exactly how I feel. I can't deny it. It is the honest to God truth. Yeah. All right, guys, I wish you all the best and have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are in this lovely, lovely world. I'll see you guys in about 12 hours or so for some piano karaoke if I can figure out how to get that to work. Hopefully everything will be okay and not too scuff. And we're gonna practice some songs on the piano. It is definitely gonna be scuff, but I'm gonna try my best to practice a little bit beforehand. And I will come up with a fun set list so you guys can enjoy. Sounds good? Love you too, guys. Good night, thee. Sleep tight, thee, and don't let the bed bugs fight thee. Night, night, night. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.